Objection, relevance.
Grounds.
Sustained. Next question, please.
Grounds for the sustain.
Relevance.
And you stated that you read the report after you submitted it. Do you know how long it was before you were able to see the report that you typed?
Objection, relevance.
Grounds.
Sustained.
Well, he already answered that.
Then I'll object as asked and answered, Your Honor.
Sustained.
That question wasn't answered, but okay. I see. Do you recall when you typed your report?
Objection, relevance.
Grounds.
Sustained. Not relevant.
How's that not relevant if he already answered that he typed the report?
Please continue, sir.
Grounds for the sustain.
Grounds for the sustain. Welcome back, guys. How we doing? Share the stream if you would, please.
He answered that he typed the report. So how's it not relevant if he recalls when he typed it?
Please continue, sir.
What's up, Steph? We got to go back to the previous statement she made. Your ignorance of the law is not is not a defense, or is not an excuse along those lines. So, Elaine, Stefan, how you doing? Misty, what's going down? This guy is perpetually in child mode. He just does everything he can to make sure that he thinks the jury is seeing this like, man, he's not getting a good shake right now, forgetting that the jury is a panel of people pulled from the community.
Did you file any claim
drove a car
related to
through
this matter?
So.
Do you know if anyone who did?
What's up, Charlene?
Did what?
Do you know of anyone who filed a claim in relation to this incident?
We all know where this is going.
No.
Do you know who the plaintiff is in this incident?
Objection,
Grounds.
relevance.
Grounds.
You may answer that question. Go ahead.
Can you ask the question again?
Do you know who the plaintiff is in this incident?
Well, plaintiff would be the state of Wisconsin.
Is the state of Wisconsin a human being or an entity?
Objection,
Grounds.
argumentative.
Sustained. On relevance grounds.
Have you ever had any interaction with the plaintiff in this incident?
Objection.
Grounds.
Relevant, legally inaccurate.
Grounds.
Sustained is to the form of the question.
Finally, legally inaccurate. Finally, but they need to
Were
correct
you
him.
ever
Be like,
contacted
you know
by
what
the
you're
plaintiff
talking
in this
about.
incident?
Same objection.
Grounds.
Sustained is to the form of the question.
Would you call the state of Wisconsin a living, breathing human being or
Asked and
entity?
answered.
Grounds, because I didn't ask that question.
There was not an
It's
objection
not relevant. Sustained. Next question.
It's very relevant.
for
Seems
your
like there's
attempt.
no plaintiff.
Jury will disregard statements made by
Oh,
the
man.
attorneys
Come on,
they,
man.
and the
Don't try to
parties.
be
They are
slick.
not evidence. Please
Stop
ask
trying to
the
be
question.
So to your knowledge, the plaintiff is the state of Wisconsin.
At
Do you
what
see him
point?
present in the courtroom today?
Objection,
Grounds.
irrelevant.
Yep.
Sustained.
Can you
relevance.
identify the plaintiff state of Wisconsin?
Same objection.
Grounds.
Sustained. Sir, please continue.
Boot him out.
And not on this topic. Next question, please.
Just
To
boot
the
him.
best of your knowledge, you're not even sure if you've ever even had any interaction with the plaintiff state of Wisconsin, correct?
Objection, argumentative, and compound.
Grounds.
Sustained.
Definitely wasn't compound.
He's gonna have to get used to a compound. It's gonna be called a prison yard. It's gonna have a lot of walls, a lot of fences, a lot of razor wire. Get used to that, man. It's been an interesting day, though. I've been trying to peripherally listen and follow with my team and everything that's been going on.
Would you consider yourself an injured party in this incident?
Objection,
Grounds.
argumentative.
The witness may answer.
What a day! We're gonna have a lot of clips to run through. Crazy times.
Have you read or seen any complaint?
No.
No further questions.
All right, thank you, sir. Any redirect?
No, thank you.
All right, thank you, sir. You may
No.
step down.
Detective Rowe should be dismissed, please. And yes, could we get the exhibit?
Yeah, why don't you grab that exhibit and take it?
Bunny, I'm not sure if the question is, have any of the parents of
That
the
one has
children
the
who
exhibit
passed
sticker, correct?
been testifying? I'm not sure if any of the parents
We can keep
of the
it,
children,
by the
well,
state for now, and then
the,
later on it can
the
be brought over
child,
to the clerk.
there was an 8-year-old who passed. I don't think that his parents
All
have
right, the
been
state may call its
on
next witness.
stand. But yeah, he has been combative from the jump. This has been the, his go-to from the very beginning. Nothing he's done has been,
Good afternoon, sir. If you would please make your way to the witness stand. When you get
Has
there,
been
please
done for the-
remain standing. Raise your
the-
right hand.
the
and
actual,
my clerk, Teresa, who's on my left, will swear you in.
trial here. It's been done for the theatrics of pushing for
Yeah, or Detective Ragland can retrieve.
some kind of nonsense for his appeal and all the other things
All right,
he's
thank
hoping
you, sir.
will
Please
happen,
remain
which
standing. Raise your right hand.
we all know is
Do you
not gonna
solemnly swear
happen.
that the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Thank you, sir. Please have a seat. First thing I will ask you to do is to state your first and last names for the record and then spell each.
Ryan Schultz, RyanSchultz.
Thank you. Go ahead, your witness.
Thank you. Sir, how are you employed?
I work for the Wisconsin State Patrol.
How long have you been in law enforcement?
I've been in law enforcement since 2014.
Have all those years been with the Wisconsin State Patrol?
Yes,
What is your current position?
my current position is the mechanical inspector for the Wisconsin State Patrol Technical Reconstruction Unit.
Can you describe the duties of that position?
Overruled. The witness may answer.
My job basically is to conduct thorough and systematic inspections of vehicles that have been involved in crashes. That can entail something as simple as taking photographs and looking at light bulbs to something more in depth, where I actually take the vehicles apart and actually look at the moving parts of the vehicles.
Did you receive any training in order to perform those duties?
Objection, relevancy.
Yeah, there have
Overruled.
been
The witness may answer.
Yes,
Can you briefly describe that training for the jury?
Objection.
the young boy that was killed, the
Overruled.
8-year-old. I don't believe his parents have been out there. There have been
the training
parents
that I received was
that were there
on
that
job
had
from
children
prior
that were hurt.
inspectors. Prior to this, I was a diesel mechanic, and in addition to that, I have ASE and SAE certifications.
And not being having any interest in cars, what are those certifications?
Objection, leading.
Overruled. Foundational. The witness may answer.
SAE is for the electrical components in a car, basically, for the part that I am certified in. ASE is for the mechanical components, which stands for the Automotive Service Excellence, is what I believe it stands for.
What is the purpose of a mechanical inspection?
The purpose of a mechanical inspection is to determine if there was anything that was incorrect, defective, or broken on a vehicle prior to the crash that would have caused the vehicle itself to cause or contribute to the crash.
On December 6, 2021, were you directed to go to the Wisconsin State Crime Lab to view a vehicle?
Objection, leading.
Overruled. The witness may answer. It's foundational. Go ahead.
Yes,
What information did you have prior to going to that location?
Objection, speculative.
Overruled. The witness may answer.
the information that I was given is that I was to set up an appointment there to look at a Ford Escape that had been involved in a crash in the parade in Waukesha.
Did you go to that location on that date?
Yes, I did.
Did you do a mechanical inspection of the vehicle that you were sent to look at?
Objection, leading.
Overruled. The witness may answer.
Yes, I did.
After performing your inspection, did you draft a report?
Yes, I did.
And did that report containing the findings of your mechanical inspection from December 6th?
Objection, leading.
Overruled. The witness may answer.
Yes,
I provided to you prior to you going up on the stand what's been marked as State's Exhibit 83. Do you have that in front of you?
Yes.
Can you briefly identify it for how it's labeled, how many pages it consists of?
What exhibit is that?
Exhibit 83.
It's the crash reconstruction mechanical inspection report.
The whole report is exhibit 83?
Correct.
Yes.
The whole report?
Go ahead. I haven't ruled on it yet, so go ahead and ask your questions, Attorney Basie.
Sir, how many pages does this report consist of?
10.
And that is front and back sides?
Correct.
Objection.
Overruled. The witness may answer.
And on the face sheet of Exhibit 83, what information does it contain on that as it relates to this investigation?
At the top, it contains case number and recon number, which match my name, the reconstructionist, and then it begins the report and vehicle identification information. And then on the bottom, it's marked with exhibit number 83.
What car were you inspecting?
Objection, leading.
Overruled. The witness may answer.
2010 Ford Escape.
And what color was it?
Objection, leading.
Overruled. You may answer.
Red.
And the license plate number associated with that vehicle?
A. Adam, D. David, P. Paul, 9256.
And on the report, the vehicle identification number on Exhibit 83, where did that information come from?
The vehicle identification number I verify on the inside of the door jamb of the vehicle. There's two VINs on each vehicle. One's a public VIN under the windshield and one is inside the door jamb of the vehicle. I always use the one inside the door jamb of the vehicle first, take note of it, and then cross-reference it with the public VIN on the vehicle to make sure that they both match.
And did they in this case?
Objection. I have the 10 pages and nowhere on here does it say it's an exhibit. Nowhere on here.
That's because it was marked for purposes of trial. It has an exhibit sticker now. So your objection's noted. It's overruled. And
Why am I not privy to the same?
the witness may answer the question. It's been marked as an exhibit. Go ahead, sir.
Can you restate the question? I forgot what it was.
I think I did too, but let's go with this one. Is the VIN number that you saw on the door, you said that you cross-referenced it with the VIN number, public VIN number. Did you do that in this case?
Yes.
And did they match?
Yes.
Does it give a drivetrain description on that first page or front page?
Yes, it does.
And first of all, I don't know what that means, but what is that?
Objection, leading.
Overruled. The witness may answer.
Drivetrain description describes the drive of the vehicle, basically how it's operated on the roadway. So in this case, it's an automatic transmission, doesn't have a clutch, you don't have to shift the gears, and it's front wheel drive, meaning that it's not all wheel drive or rear wheel drive like a pickup truck. It's just front wheel drive.
And is there a picture on the front of Exhibit 83?
Yes.
Objection, leading.
Overruled. The witness may answer. Just a reminder to wait until I've ruled on any objection. Thank you.
Yes.
And what is that picture of
It's a picture of the 2010 Escape.
that you did the mechanical inspection on?
Objection, leading.
Overruled. The witness may answer.
Yes,
Have you authored this report?
I did.
Have you had a chance to review it since you've authored it?
Yes.
Is the information contained within this report accurate?
Objection, leading.
Overruled. The witness may answer.
Yes, it is.
I would move State's Exhibit 83 into evidence.
Objection.
Your objection's noted. It is overruled. Exhibit 83 is received.
So is my paperwork ever gonna say exhibit 83, or is it just gonna be this?
Mr. Brooks, I'll take that up outside the presence of the jury later, but we're gonna
It
continue.
was
Go ahead.
brought up in front of the jury.
Mr. Brooks, we're gonna continue with the questioning of this witness.
What are y'all trying to pull here?
Mr. Brooks, please, no one's,
Please, nothing.
the exhibit, to my understanding, has previously been provided to you. You have it. It's now been marked as an exhibit for trial
Y'all got
purposes.
something I don't have though.
Go ahead.
That's not how it's supposed to work. It's supposed to be fair.
Attorney Basie, I trust that this was previously turned over.
It was, and I believe the defendant has a copy of it in front of him.
Thank
And
you.
where does it
Please
say
continue.
exhibit 83? It doesn't say that this was going
Again,
to be
we'll take
used
this
as
up
a.
outside the
Come on,
presence of the
man.
jury later.
Throw him
It's
out.
Not something we need to do right now. Go ahead, ask your question.
Toss him.
Thank you, Your Honor. And I would object and move to strike from the record any commentary that the defendant was making in the last 5 minutes.
What was that?
Hey, Paulette, how you doing?
Court will strike the commentary that was made. I'm not sure if it was picked up or not, but as a reminder to the jurors, the statements made by parties and lawyers are not evidence. The testimony and other evidence that's received is the evidence the jury will ultimately consider. Go ahead.
Thank you. Sir, can you briefly describe the condition of the vehicle when you inspected it on December 6th?
Yeah, the vehicle had quite a bit of front end damage. The bumper cover was pushed back. The grille was pushed back into the engine bay and into the radiator. That was also pushed backwards in towards the engine. The hood was folded up in the air. Both lights were broken out of the front. There was quite a bit of debris and unknown things stuck to the exterior of the vehicle. And there was also some damage to the sides of the vehicle.
Do you know why you had to go to the Wisconsin State Crime Lab in order to do the inspection?
Objection leading.
Overruled, the witness may answer.
I was requested to go to the state crime lab to do the inspection because they had not yet completed DNA sampling. So until they had it finished, it was going to be retained inside the crime lab. So in the interest of not moving the vehicle again, once they were done with DNA, they had me come to the crime lab to do the testing and inspection.
So the first section of your report, and I'm just going to direct your attention to page 3 of Exhibit 83, talks about the tires and the suspension and tie rods. Do you see that?
Objection leading.
He's leading him
The
to
witness may
the
answer.
question that he can
Yes.
answer.
And can you describe for the jury what part of the inspection, describe this part of the inspection?
Objection leading.
Overruled, the witness may answer. The report's been received by the court, and the state may direct the witness to various points at its discretion.
When was it made an exhibit? Because I wasn't aware of that.
Go ahead, Attorney Basie. You may continue.
Thank you. Sir, can you describe the information contained in the first section of the report under the heading tires, wheels, steering, suspension, brakes?
Objection leading.
Overruled, the witness may answer.
So under this section, it's broken down into 4 parts. One for axle 1 left, which is the driver's side front axle. The left side would refer to it as you're sitting in the vehicle facing forward. The right side would refer to the passenger side. So axle 1 is the frontmost axle. Axle 2 is the rearmost, left and right, and it breaks each individual wheel end component systems down. And then from that, I take each one apart and inspect them thoroughly: brakes, tires, steering components on the front axle, obviously, suspension condition, and anything else that's at the wheel end that I can inspect.
And did you do that in this case?
Yes.
What observations did you make?
First, on axle 1 left, which would be the driver's side front, the tie rod end was worn. About 1/8 of an inch of play in the tie rod end in the ball joint itself. So when you turn the steering wheel or turn the wheel, there was a little bit of play in the tie rod. Still attached, still intact, still functioning, still able to steer the vehicle, but just worn to the point that it needed replacement before it got any worse.
Was that something that would create any problems in operating the car, for example, on November 21st, 2021?
Objection is speculative.
Overruled, this witness may answer. Hold on, he's been qualified under 907-02. I direct your attention to 907-02 through 907-07, Mr. Brooks. Go ahead.
I don't consider being called that name. That's referring to a specific date. How do we know that's not speculation?
The objections noted, it's overruled, the witness may answer.
That's how calendars work, man.
It would not. The vehicle would still steer and drive just the same as any other vehicle. It would just have play in the steering wheel, and it would make a little bit of a clunking noise potentially when you turn the wheel. You would maybe hear a clunking noise from that left front tire.
Again, operationally, the person driving that car wouldn't have any trouble steering based upon that issue.
Not at all.
What other observations did you make?
Other observations I made were that all the tires were evenly worn on all 4 axle ends. I believe it was the left rear. Yep, the left rear axle, the tire on that axle was bigger than the other 3. So there's also a chart referenced later in my report that shows the difference between the 2. The tires that are recommended to be on the vehicle are size 235/70 R16, which was what was equipped on the vehicle, except on the left rear, which was 245/75 R16, which is 1 full size bigger in dimension and aspect ratio.
What, if any, impact would that have on how a person's ability to drive that vehicle?
So 1 size bigger in tire is usually not the end of the world, being that it's the single tire. It can have an effect, but it's on the rear of the vehicle. Being a front wheel drive vehicle, the speeds are reported off of the front axle of that vehicle. So that's where the speedometer would get its speeds from. The only time it would be notable would be during a heavy ABS brake application. And that would be at a higher rate of speed with full brake application where the ABS system kicks in on the vehicle. That's where it could be noticeable. And by could be, I mean, the sizes are very similar. They're about 1.5 inches in difference. Revolutions per mile are not that far apart. The ABS system might not even pick up a difference between the 2.
When you say at higher speeds, are we talking, what are we talking?
Higher
Objection leading.
Overruled, the witness may answer.
Higher speeds, I mean, something like highway speeds, 55 miles an hour, 70 miles an hour or greater.
Any other observations made with regard to in that area?
The only other observations that I made were that all the brakes were in good working condition and had adequate thickness left on the brake pads for stopping of the vehicle. All 4 brakes were in good working shape and they were able to be locked at the time of inspection.
So, and let me clarify if I didn't ask you this. The information you were provided was that this vehicle was involved in a crash?
Objection, asked and answered.
Overruled, given the nature of the testimony being provided. The state may clarify that. So go ahead, you may answer.
Yes.
And do you know the date of that crash?
I know it was in November. I don't know the exact date.
Thank you. So with regards to the braking system, was there anything, did you find anything at all in your inspection of that vehicle that would have caused the brakes not to work or not to work effectively on the date of the crash or prior to the crash?
Objection speculative.
Overruled, the witness may answer.
No, I did not.
Actually, since your inspection took place after the crash, would that be your same answer with regard to, as it was on December 6, 2021, there were no brake problems?
Objection speculative.
Overruled, the witness may answer.
That is correct. The brakes still functioned at the time of inspection fully.
What was the next area that you then inspected?
The next area that I inspected was the electronic system and general cabin system of the vehicle, cabin being where the occupants sit inside of the vehicle. I did that by examining light bulbs on the exterior of the vehicle and then systematically working my way into the vehicle where I could.
What observations did you make in that area?
Both headlights were, the lenses were damaged, but the lights were still working. The lights were in the high beam position and in the automatic position from the driver's cabin.
What does that indicate?
Objection leading.
Overruling, the witness may answer.
So that indicates that when the vehicle was left at the last time, that the vehicle headlights were in the automatic position, meaning that if it's dark enough out, that the headlights would turn themselves on, and the selector stick was in the high beam position, meaning that the last time the lights were in use, they were in high beam mode.
Thank you. Continue
on. From there, just examine the throttle linkage, horn, and the other driver controls from inside the cabin.
So let's talk about the throttle controls. First of all, what is that?
So
Leading.
everyone's,
Objection.
Overruled, the witness may answer.
everyone's familiar with the throttle pedal in the vehicle. You press the pedal, it makes the vehicle accelerate. From there, on this specific vehicle, it's an electronic signal that is transferred from the throttle pedal to the throttle body on the vehicle's engine on the intake. That electrical signal opens a butterfly valve, which allows more air and fuel into the engine, speeds the engine up. If you let off the throttle, it reduces and closes that valve. On this particular vehicle, I checked the throttle pedal first inside the cab. It was free moving, no binding, no obstructions. I was able to smoothly press it to the floor and release it, and it acted just as it should. From there, I went under the hood of the vehicle. On this particular vehicle, the crime lab asked that I did not open the hood just because of the amount of DNA evidence on the front of the vehicle. They didn't want me to come in contact with anything. So they asked that I not open the hood if at all possible, which on this vehicle, I was able to still access the throttle because of the way the hood was bent up in the air. I was able to actually reach in from the side of the vehicle and access the throttle body components through the damaged hood portion where I normally would not have been able to reach. From there, I was able to look at the exterior of the throttle, and everything was in clean, clear working condition, no visible damage, no visible issues. I removed the intake tubing from the engine and inspected the actual throttle plate itself, which was in the closed position. Closed position indicates either an idle or that the vehicle is turned off. I was able to then actuate the butterfly valve itself from fully closed to fully open. And when I released it, it went back to fully closed, just as designed by Ford.
Did there appear to be any problems with the throttle?
No, there was not.
I know you call it a throttle, I call it a gas pedal. It's one and the same, correct?
Objection leading.
Sustained as to the form of the question. Please rephrase.
What is the difference between a gas pedal and a throttle?
Nothing.
Thank you. What was your next area?
The next area I went on to was the seat belts inside the vehicle. And then from there, I actually was able to test the vehicle for function.
Did you then come to a conclusion section of your report?
I did.
And is that starting on page 5 of 10?
Yes.
Okay. Did you check the power steering system?
I did.
And what observations did you make of that?
Aside from the ball joint that was loose that I described earlier, the entire rest of the power steering system was intact and functioning properly.
So there are no problems that would cause the car not to steer appropriately?
Objection leading.
Sustained as to the form of the question. Please rephrase.
Did you observe any problems with regard to the steering?
Aside from the ball joint, no.
Thank you. Now, in your report, you indicate a gross vehicle weight rating. Do you see that on page 5 of 10?
Objection, relevancy.
Overruled, the witness may answer.
Yes, I do.
What is that?
The gross vehicle weight rating is the amount of weight that the vehicle can physically carry safely, and that number is administered by the manufacturer.
So that includes people within that car? Is that what you're saying?
Objection, speculative.
Overruled, the witness may answer based upon his training and experience.
Yes, that would include all vehicle, the vehicle weight, occupants, and cargo.
And the curb weight, what is that? I mean, generally, what is it now?
Objection, leading.
Overruled, the witness may answer based upon his training and experience.
The curb weight of the vehicle is the weight of the vehicle as it rolls off the floor at the assembly plant. And that's without fuel and coolant and oil and things like that. And it's a dry weight of the vehicle. It's what the vehicle itself with nothing in it physically weighs.
Thank you. If someone had reported hearing a clicking sound while this car was driving in front of them, was there anything that you found in your report that would be consistent with a clicking sound being heard?
Objection, hearsay.
Overruled, the witness may answer.
There was a lot of damage to the front of the vehicle. It would be impossible to say what a clicking noise could come from, being as there's a lot of moving components under the hood with the belt pulley, the engine fan, things like that. Anything could be stuck in a tire. It would be impossible to say if there would be a clicking noise from this vehicle. I was actually not able to drive it physically to test it. I was only able to just start it.
Can I ask why you were unable to drive it?
Objection, relevancy.
Overruled, the witness may answer.
There's actually two reasons I was unable to drive it. One, again, with DNA evidence on the exterior of the vehicle. Two, there wasn't enough gas in the vehicle to move it.
So the car was on empty when you observed it?
Objection, leading.
Sustained as to the form of the question.
How much gas was in the car when you inspected it?
Objection, leading. Answer.
Overruled, the witness may answer.
There was, the gauge read E for empty, and the notation on the infotainment center originally said 2 miles to empty, and then on the second key cycle, it said 1 mile to empty.
When you said key cycle, when you started it, or when you turned the key, what observations, if any, did you make?
Objection, leading.
Overruled, the witness may answer.
So when I tried to start the vehicle, it was very sluggish. It turned over, but it wouldn't fire, it wouldn't do anything. And then it made like a hiccup sound, like it was going to try to start, mimicking basically a vehicle that's out of fuel. And when I tried turning the key again, then the vehicle actually did start, did idle, and did run like it was supposed to. That's when I saw that the fuel gauge, the distance to empty gauge, went from 2 miles to 1 mile, indicating that the vehicle was very much so out of fuel almost. And I recorded this with my camera, and I tapped the throttle to do a rev test on the engine. The engine revved and went back to an idle. When it went back to an idle the second time, it then sputtered and turned off.
Which would indicate what?
Would indicate that it's not getting enough fuel to run correctly.
Thank you. Now, if a witness had testified that when the vehicle went in front of them, they heard a high-pitched, like a revving sound, based upon your examination, what would that be consistent with?
Objection, hearsay.
Overruled, the witness may answer.
There's a lot of different things that could cause that. It could be heavy acceleration from someone pressing the throttle on the vehicle. It could be noise that is amplified because the engine bay is now open to the exterior, so you can hear the engine noises coming from the engine bay of the vehicle. It could be an exhaust-related item. It could be a lot of different things, to be honest.
When you were doing an examination of the undercarriage of the vehicle, did you observe a muffler?
No, I did not.
I want to show you what's been previously admitted, Exhibit 73. It'll show on the screen in front of you, and I'd ask that it be published as well.
Objection, leading.
Overruled. Permission to publish 73.
Sir, do you see the picture that's marked exhibit 73. It's not actually marked, but it is exhibit 73.
I do.
What is depicted in that photograph?
Objection. Speculative.
Overruled based on his training and experience, the witness may answer.
That it appears to be an exhaust muffler and a couple chunks of wood and overturned dirt.
The muffler that's observed in this picture, would that be consistent or inconsistent with a 2010 Ford Escape?
Objection. Speculative.
Overruled, this witness may answer and provide an opinion. Go ahead.
By just looking at a picture.
Overruled, the witness may answer.
Y'all think y'all.
You can cross-examine the witness about that, sir.
I'm
Go
going
ahead.
to. Y'all trying to pull a fast one.
It is a vehicle muffler. Without seeing the ends of it and where the inlet, outlet are and actual measurements, it would be impossible to see what vehicle it came from, but it is an automotive muffler.
And sir, at the end of your inspection, do you come to a conclusion with regard to the mechanical fitness of this vehicle?
I do.
And what was that conclusion?
My conclusion was that the tie rod on the left front end of the vehicle that's responsible for steering, the joint was worn and had been worn prior to the crash. This is not something that just happens immediately or overnight. If it would have been due to crash damage that this was damaged, I would expect to have seen a lot more impact in that area with bent metal or distorted items. The tie rods are very tough parts. So that to me indicates that it was worn prior to the crash occurring. And the tire, obviously, unless somebody changed it in between the crash occurring and my inspection, the tire was a different size than the other three prior to the crash, and it had been driven like that. I did not see any issues from the tie rod affecting steering as far as it relates to the alignment of the vehicle. Once things are worn and they start to get excessively worn, they manifest themselves in incorrect tire wear. Tire might chop or feather. That was not present on this vehicle. Had the left rear tire been an issue on the vehicle, I would have expected to see that manifest itself in an ABS, which is an anti-lock brake system failure or a trouble code in the vehicle. When I ran the vehicle and with the key in the ignition in the on position, there were no diagnostic trouble codes present on this vehicle indicating any issue whatsoever.
And two things that I guess I need to cover. Do you check to see if there are any recalls in a vehicle in coming to your conclusion?
Objection. Speculative. And do we still need this exhibit?
Thank you. We can take that down and your objection's noted. It's overruled. The witness may answer.
I do check for recalls, yes.
Were there any on this vehicle?
There were not recalls on this vehicle. There was only an extended service warranty from Ford, which had since elapsed due to the mileage on the vehicle.
Now, you talked about the brake system in terms of the brake pedal within the car and its that it was operating correctly. Do you recall that testimony?
Objection. Leading.
Overruled. It's foundational. The witness may answer.
Yes, I do.
Now, when a person activates that brake pedal, what is happening within the car?
There's actually a lot of things that happen within the car when you activate the brake pedal. When you press the brake pedal, it pushes on it's called a push rod, but it actually pulls on it. It pulls on the rod, which goes into the brake master cylinder, and that master cylinder is what pumps hydraulic fluid from the brake fluid reservoir to each independent wheel. On this vehicle, it's equipped with anti-lock brakes. It goes through an ABS modulator first. From there, it sends a signal out to stop or slow down, depending on the
Trust me,
amount of
Jason, I
pressure
get
that
it.
you apply inside the cab. Depends on how much
get it.
braking force you get at the wheel ends. In a very heavy brake application, as I had discussed before, where the vehicle is still trying to maintain momentum, the ABS system can override, and that's where you would get the vibration in the pedal that many of you may have felt before. That's your ABS system doing its job, not allowing the wheels to lock themselves up. What it's actually doing is pulsating the fluid in the vehicle.
And when you talk about brake pads, how do the brake pads, where are they located and how do they relate to the pressing down of a brake pedal.
Objection leading.
Overruled, the witness may answer.
So when the brake fluid reaches each wheel end, there's a set of calipers with pistons. And those pistons actually come out and they act like a clamp and they squeeze the two brake pads together. They're located between the two sides of the piston and on the exterior of the brake rotor. And what that does is it creates a pinching motion, and that pinching motion slows the rotation of the disc down, which is the brake disc, which is attached to the wheel hub. And that's what slows your vehicle.
And just for the record, he was using his right hand to demonstrate kind of a squeezing motion. He had it, and I would describe his hand in a C motion, maybe 3 to 4 inches between the thumb and the fingers, and then pressing together a couple of inches.
Thank you. Are there any other components to the braking system in a car?
Objection leading.
Overruled.
There's a parking brake system in the vehicle.
But other than that, so you've covered every aspect of the braking system in this particular vehicle, is that correct?
Objection. Speculative.
Overruled, the witness may answer.
Yes, I have.
Did you observe anything at all that would have prohibited this vehicle from stopping if the brake pedal had been applied?
No.
What's happening, Amber? How you doing? Welcome to everybody who's jumping in on all the platforms, Facebook, YouTube, Twitch, wherever you happen to be. Share the stream out if you would. Just it's already been an interesting day. We have videos to recap with.
Is there anything
You'll see.
that you observed or documented with it during or in your mechanical inspection report that would have contributed to the crashes that this car was involved in?
Objection.
Thank you, Stephanie.
Overruled, the
I think that's the
witness may
difference between the
answer.
community we have here is
No.
we're able to talk about these things.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any cross-exams?
Here we go.
During your inspection, did you see any bullet holes?
Yes, I did.
Do you recall where? Back up. Do you recall how many bullet holes you observed?
Bullet hose.
I do not recall a number of them. No, I knew there were more than one.
The ones that you observed, do you recall where they were?
I do believe one might have exited through either the windshield or rear window, and one was in the side of the vehicle, if I remember correctly.
And did you find any shell casings?
No, I did not.
And you said you did the inspection on December 6th?
That's correct.
This is the vehicle in question.
But you don't know for sure.
That's correct.
You made reference to the left rear tire being bigger than the other tires.
Yes.
Can you give a little bit more clarity on how that would affect the vehicle?
So one larger tire on the vehicle would obviously make the vehicle lean ever so slightly away from whichever side is larger than the other. In this case, the amount of difference between the two tires, it's about 1.5 inches in difference in radius. So in radius, you get half of that amount in height. So it would be about 3/4 of an inch difference in height. That amount of difference is not noticeable in a vehicle. The other thing that it would cause is premature tire wear from one side to the other over time, to where one tire might wear faster than the other. The suspension might not act correctly because it's not at the same ride height anymore. So eventually over time, those are things I would expect to potentially see from that. Each vehicle acts differently with different size tires on it. There's no one size fits all.
So different vehicles act differently to having a bigger fitting tire.
Yes,
You made reference to it to a vehicle leaning away from the side that's bigger. Or
correct.
would that in any way create a slight pull to the vehicle to either side?
In my experience, that small amount would not, no.
And you made reference to the high beams. I don't
That he's even
remember
trying to
exactly what you
lean on his alignment
said,
being off,
referring
and
to the
that's
high
why he drove
beams.
through people.
Uh,
Wow.
I guess you made reference to them being used at some point.
The high beams were activated when I did my inspection, meaning that when the headlights are on, they were in high beam mode. The selector stick was pressed forward for the high beams.
Can't quite see, but that's the car before the injury accident or before the attack, and in front of the car, the house.
So that would primarily refer to if it was nighttime.
Correct.
Technologies. Or you just had them turned
Would you
on from the night
say,
before.
with your expertise, it wouldn't make sense for a vehicle to use high beams in the daytime?
I know, right? All the time. I do.
There are limited uses for them in the daytime, yes.
And what are some of the uses from your knowledge?
Generally, the high beams shine brighter, so even with sunlight shining on them, other vehicles can see them. It's a thing that we use on the highway as law enforcement sometimes. We'll use the high beams at a crash scene. We'll turn the high beams on so oncoming traffic coming in during the daytime sees that brighter light from the vehicle. It's just a little bit of the thing to help oncoming vehicles see.
He's trying to say
So-
the high beams are on so that he could warn
Essentially
people.
be for identification purposes.
Not so much for identification, no.
He just explained it. We
Well,
don't
what do
know
you
essentially
mean when
that.
you refer to for oncoming traffic to be able to?
More for visibility is what I mean, so that it stands out to the other traffic. It doesn't look like it belongs because the lights look very bright. It gets the other driver's attention, the same as the red and blue lights on the top of the cars.
Gets them to notice that law enforcement is present.
Correct.
That's what I meant by ID purpose, for them to be able to
Ask better
see.
questions, man. That's all there is to it.
Then yes.
Were you able to inspect the entire engine?
I was not able to inspect the entire engine.
And what parts of the engine were you not able to inspect?
Inside the pistons.
The only parts that I was unable to inspect would be down in the front by the belt pulleys area. I could see that the radiator was pushed into it, but I couldn't see what components had been damaged by that, as far as like water pump or anything like that. And I do not usually take the engines down, meaning I don't take them apart as part of my inspection anyways. My main under the hood inspection components would be non-engine related, aside from the
icon
throttle.
up there is basically how we all feel every time Darrell Brooks
You
starts
made
asking
reference to the
questions.
water pump. Did you notice any water leaking?
Yes, there was coolant that had leaked from the vehicle.
From the water pump?
I don't know where
from
it
the
actually
radiator
had
that was
leaked
smashed in
from,
from all
but
the
I
people
know
you
that
hit.
there was a lack of coolant in the vehicle. It could have come from a lot of various different places. It was no longer leaking when I saw it. It was empty.
So you didn't actually observe it leaking?
Correct.
Animals, man. Animals.
So it'd be fair to say you don't know where the leaking came from.
That's correct.
Were you told that the vehicle was leaking?
No, it just has a low coolant level, meaning it leaked from someplace or it had never been filled properly.
So at that time, it'd be fair to say you weren't sure if it had been filled properly or if it was leaking.
Either is possible.
But it'd be fair to say you didn't know for sure which of the two.
Correct.
You made reference to a loose ball joint. Can you give a little bit more clarity on exactly what is a ball joint?
So the ball joint is at the wheel end. When you turn your steering wheel in your vehicle, there's a shaft attached to the wheel, goes down to a rack and pinion system. The pinion is a round gear. The rack is a flat piece of metal with gear teeth on it. As you turn, it pushes the tie rods left and right. As you turn left and right, on the end of each of those tie rods is a ball and socket joint, much like the hip joint on a human being. It's a ball that fits inside of a socket. And what that does is it allows the wheel to turn left and right as it's being pushed by the tie rod without any binding or any issues in between.
That is clarity. I don't know anything about cars, so.
Why would you need to?
And
just to ask a
you
question.
said there was a loose ball joint?
Yes, the left front was loose.
And to what effect could that affect the vehicle?
The amount that it was loose, it would only wear more with more use. As those components start to wear down, they start to have a little play. The longer the vehicle is operated without proper repairs, the worse the play gets. The worse the play gets, then you can start having issues with improper tire wear and so on and so forth until it gets to the point that it actually separates. The ball and socket themselves will separate from each other.
And then what happens at that point?
If the ball and socket joints separate, you would lose steering at that wheel. The other wheel would still be able to steer.
From your inspection, can you tell roughly how long this ball joint was loose?
I cannot tell exactly how long, no. I can say that it was loose before the crash occurred, just based on the fact that it was worn, not broken.
Yeah, Shelly, that's crazy. He's trying to say his SUV was acting up. That's why he did what he did. But
so
it
with
acted
your
up because he
expertise,
hit
would it be
people,
fair to say that needed to be taken care of?
Yes, that needed to be corrected.
And you made reference to the gas. The vehicle having difficulty starting. Would that be fair to say?
Yes.
From all the massive damage from all the people you ran over. Yes. You're making a solid point. He gets to take these little field trips to the courthouse. He gets to, eat different food than court or jail food. He's getting, unless they're just bringing him a meal from the jail and giving him the tray lunch that everyone gets at 3 hots, in jail. Some don't even get a hot in the breakfast. You just get like a, peanut butter and jelly sandwich and a bran muffin, some powdered milk and a freaking, granola bar basically. So this could be, yeah, just we know a lot of what it is, but I'm sure that's one of the perks for him. Is to play
reference
superstar.
To the axles, you made reference to taking them off the vehicle.
The axle I do not take off of the vehicle at all.
What did you do in regards to the axle?
The axle ends, wheel ends, that's where the brake components are mounted. So I remove the wheel and tire from the actual axle end.
I think that's what I was referring to. I'm
You had
sorry
no
if I
idea what you were
misquoted.
referring to. You were just,
I know you made some
Bro.
reference to removing something. I just
we need to remove you from the
assumed
courtroom.
you meant the axle. When you inspect the axle and remove, you said the wheel.
Yes.
What is being inspected at that point?
So when I remove the wheel and tire from the vehicle, I remove all four, and that's where I actually look at the brake components themselves, being the brake pads, the brake calipers, pistons inside the caliper, brake rotors, and then I get a better view of the tie rod that I was just speaking about because it's actually next to the wheel on the axle end of the vehicle.
You said the tire rod?
The tie rod, ball joint that was loose.
Oh, okay. So what? I think you just were clear about the ball joint and tire rod. Is the difference between the two?
Yes, the ball joint is the joint itself, and it's on the end of the tie rod.
Just kind of cool it off in here.
Did you notice anything wrong with the tire rod? The actual tire rod, not the ball joint?
No, there was nothing wrong with the tie rod.
Where you going? It's not, I guess it's almost 3.
Just 1 second. I'm just looking over these notes.
Go ahead.
Tell you what, man. Animal issues. But again, yeah, thank you guys for the stars and for sharing the stream. I do appreciate that.
On
Getting hot in this
page
this spot.
9 of your report, and you did give some clarity to this. I'm just curious to know.
Thank you very much.
On page 9, well, first of all, you wrote this report yourself, correct?
Yes.
Got to play with the mic here, guys. Make sure I get the best angle on it. So, pardon the adjustments here.
On page 9, the second sentence. I'm assuming you still have the exhibit 83.
Yes, sir.
Oh,
It says, I noted a worn tie rod end on the left front wheel end. Was that in reference to the ball joint and not the tie rod?
Yes.
yes, Matthew. He is
They're one and the
pro
same.
se,
The tie rod
defending
end
himself
is
in this
a ball
case
joint.
to be
It's two different ways to
the most
refer to the same
obnoxious human being on the planet.
Okay, I was clarity. It doesn't say ball joint right here. Would that be fair to say?
Correct.
And what is the high mount brake lamp?
The high mount brake lamp is on the back of the vehicle. You have the right brake light and turn signal, left brake light and turn signal, and then there's the third brake light that's like usually in the rear window or at the top of the back of the hatch of the vehicle. That's the high mount brake lamp.
Okay.
This
And
this
it
little
was
guy over here.
inoperable when you inspected it,
That's basically what I think of
That's
every
correct.
time
Both
Darrell
of
Brooks
those
starts
were
asking
inoperable during
questions. Is this
inspection.
kid right here?
so they didn't work.
Correct.
That's all I can.
So it'd be fair to say
It's
if
just too much.
someone was viewing the vehicle from behind, they wouldn't be able to see because those were inoperable.
Inoperable.
Yes, at the time of inspection, those lights did not work.
Me and the little dude are he's my totem, my spirit animal, my little mini frustrated doppelganger.
And you also stated that it is unknown if they were working prior to the crash or damaged during the crash. That'd be fair to say
That's correct.
that you would know either way.
No, I would not have a way to tell when that light bulb went out.
Someone said the state trooper wants to laugh. I think we all want to laugh. You
No
got some
further questions.
Thank you. Any redirect?
some of the clips from yesterday were
Before you do that, I'm just gonna hold my jury
Just
stand for a
absurd.
second. Go ahead.
yesterday, man, some of the things that he was saying were insane. Like at one point, let me turn this down a little bit. At one point he said he objected, gave the objection. It was explained, and then you said, "I don't understand." Well, I just don't understand. I think the response was, "That's apparent." It was just one of those like, "We know you don't understand. You don't get it, but you keep pushing it, but you don't get it." Crazy.
You testified on cross-examination that the right and high mount brake lamp were inoperable. Do you recall that?
Yes,
How about the left brake lamp? Is that operable or inoperable?
That's a good question, Gail.
Objection.
I'm going to make a poll. We'll see what people think.
Overruled, the witness may answer.
the left stop lamp was working.
Now, sir, just going back again to this ball joint, you stated that, I guess, was your testimony and cross-examination that unless the ball and socket is separated, you can still safely operate that vehicle?
Objection. Mischaracterizes what was said.
Based on the form of the question, I'll allow the witness to answer.
Yes,
He really stretched for that one.
And the ball and the socket on this vehicle, were they separated?
they were not.
So
Now,
de
your
facto, his
inability
argument makes no
to
sense.
fully inspect the engine, I want to direct you to that area of the vehicle. Does the engine control acceleration?
Objection. Relevancy.
Overruled, the witness may answer.
No, it requires driver input.
Does the engine control braking?
No, it does not.
Does the engine control steering?
Objection. Where's the relevancy?
Overruled, the witness may answer.
No, it does not.
Does the engine control gear shifting?
Objection. Relevancy.
Overruled, the witness may answer.
It does not.
Finally, sir, you had talked about actually coolant or some type of water. I wasn't sure if you're talking about the water pump or the radiator. Do you know what was leaking, if anything?
Objection. Asked and answered during the cross?
Overrule, the witness may answer, it's redirect.
Yes, so water pump, water coolant, it's all interchangeable as far as the cooling system for the engine goes. And the coolant system was low at the time of inspection and had been leaking, but from where I do not know.
And again, does that control the steering,
No,
the braking,
no,
the acceleration?
no.
Finally, sir, you had talked about on cross-examination the presence of the high beams being on during the daylight. Do you recall that line of questioning?
Yes,
Specifically, you had indicated that sometimes the state patrol uses their high beams during the day. What was that for?
Objection, that was, yes, sir.
Overrule, the witness may answer, it's redirect.
to increase visibility.
Is that of any assistance if a vehicle is coming up behind people?
Objection, speculative.
Based on his training and experience, I will allow him to answer.
No.
Thank you. Nothing further.
All right, thank you. You may step down. I will take that. Thank you, sir. And once the witness passes, I'll excuse the jury for an afternoon break. It's just about 3:06. We'll take about 15 minutes. I'll rise for the jury.
Right, I got a couple of video clips I want to show you guys while we're. Sorry, I'm just doing a quick housekeeping here, if you will. Make sure everything's dialed in. I was going to make a little poll on the stream here, and just to see, on YouTube, if you want to tap in on this one. I'll do it on Facebook as well, but I'm gonna give you guys a look at this video that was sent to
You
me.
can be seated.
It's wild.
Mr. Burks, I know the last thing you said, I heard you say that's hilarious. What were you referring to?
I was referring to, like, are you serious? Some of the same things that I ask on when it's my time to question the witness can be overruled. But when the same thing is done and I object, it's nothing. It's just thrown. It's just thrown to the side. I just think that's.
You got to know why you're objecting and object for the proper
Well,
reason.
sir, I don't find it funny, number one. Number two,
You're not in my position either.
the court rules on the objections.
Nope, because she didn't drive her car through a crowd of people killing him.
Are made. I know, and I wanted to address this briefly. You can have a seat. You had questioned during the testimony of this witness, Exhibit 83, because I believe what you were saying is, and you can tell me if I'm wrong on this, the copy of the report you have does not have an exhibit sticker on it.
It don't.
Right. And
You want to see it?
I don't
Kelly, thank you very
doubt
much.
that your
Yeah.
copy does not have an
You guys want to help
exhibit
support the
sticker.
independent journalism,
Because
independent
at
media,
the
what we're doing
time
here.
the report was provided to you,
Direct contributions,
and I'll let the
CashApp,
state
PayPal,
correct me
VENMO
if I'm
on the
wrong on
screen.
this.
Greatly
It would have been
appreciated.
provided through the course of discovery. I'd also note that
Nickel to a dollar.
on
all counts.
April
The stars, super chats,
22nd
thank you.
of 2022, the state filed a notice of expert naming Inspector Ryan Schultz as an expert witness and indicated that he would testify consistent with his report. And then I directed your attention to the statutes in the rules of evidence dealing with expert testimony, specifically starting at 907.02 through 907.07. That is why I didn't stop during the testimony to have a discussion outside the presence of the jury, because at that point, the objection to not having an exhibit sticker on your report is not would not prevent the court from receiving the exhibit once the proper foundation was laid, which in my opinion it was, and the fact that your document didn't have that specific exhibit sticker doesn't diminish the fact that I know from your cross-examination, you were referring to the report. At times you referred to it by page number. It was clear from your questioning that you had reviewed it. I would just note 2 examples. You asked some questions regarding visibility and the impact of the high beams. That was one example. And then secondly, questioning him about the ball joint and whether it needed attention and what that would mean. And so I just wanted to
that didn't come
make
from the report, Your Honor. The
a
only
record
thing
of
that
that.
came from the report was from page 9, when I was trying to get clarity about why it said worn tie rod.
Oh, and you actually questioned the
And-
witness about the different tire and what that would mean. So I thought 3 good areas of cross-examination that you covered. As far as the other issues I think that you might have when there's redirect, I'm not going to explain what redirect is, sir, but again, for my position, there's direct examination, there's cross-examination.
Not there to
State
educate them on how
or
to.
any witness,
you know,
any
wow.
party that calls a witness always has the opportunity to ask the direct exam questions and then redirect based upon what's asked during cross-examination. Sometimes that does mean there's some repetition, but I didn't see anything through the redirect of this witness that I thought was improper. So I just wanted to make a record of that. I am going to caution you, sir.
Do you understand what I was saying?
You are, but you, during multiple times during the questioning of that witness, you were mumbling under your breath. You say disparaging remarks toward the court, toward the witness, or toward the process.
So if it was disparaging, what did I say?
Sir,
Because I
you
don't-
say things like it's not fair, or you make noises that suggest like you're disgusted with the ruling that is made.
So you're assuming what I mean by that, and when did I say
Mr.
it
Brooks,
wasn't
I'm
fair?
just making a record
Yeah,
because
but
it's
you're making
important
an
that
incorrect record.
it's important that you demonstrate courtesy and decorum through these proceedings, and that you give respect to the witnesses who are testifying in the process.
Did
As
the
you-
witness feel disrespected?
You have to ask
Did
him.
the witness say anything about feeling
Mr. Brooks,
disrespected?
I'm not gonna engage in this
'Cause I don't think he
back
did.
and forth with you because first of all, it's a mischaracterization of my observations, number one, and
Yeah,
number
but
two,
your
it's my
observations are
job.
incorrect.
It's
if
my
it-
job to ensure that under 90611, that there's the effective presentation, and I'll just refer you to that once again. I'll read it into the
You don't
record.
need to read it.
Under
You don't need to
906,
read it. Just make sure that
11,
you make a
The
correct.
judge shall exercise reasonable
Don't lie on the
control over the mode and order of interrogating witnesses and presenting
it's
evidence
gonna
so
get
as to do
addressed
all of
every
the
time.
following. Make the interrogation and presentation
Every time.
effective for the ascertainment of truth, avoid needless consumption of time, protect witnesses from harassment or undue embarrassment. Sub 2 talks about the scope of cross-examination. Sub 3 talks about leading questions, and when leading questions may be used to develop the witness's testimony.
I had some.
So with that, we'll take our
Okay.
break. I'll start the 15 minutes. It's
Okay.
3:13. We are in recess. Thank you. Go ahead.
I did actually take note of when the court overruled one of Mr. Brooks' objections. His
I don't
response
consent to being
was,
called that name,
"Stop
Your Honor."
trying to be slick."
Yeah, I
Yep.
did say that.
So, just for the record, I thought that was very disrespectful.
Thank you. I would agree.
Judge, can we discuss scheduling at some point as well, either now or on the
When we
return?
come back.
Right.
Why wasn't that addressed right when it happened?
Honestly, Mr. Brooks, I'm really trying hard not
Because
to
that's
highlight
the
your
definition of trying to
misconduct
be
God,
slick.
man.
during the trial. I'm trying my best here to
I don't see
frankly minimize
I don't
pointing
see
those
it.
things
Notice
out
that he
to
didn't
the
object to her
jury
calling
and
him that
instead
name.
I
pointing
don't
them
see it.
out outside the presence of the jury. You may have noticed I've even started to say I'd remind the jurors that the comments of the parties or the attorneys are not evidence, so as to cast a broad
Window.
brush and not simply highlight your
I
conduct.
haven't noticed
Find
anything,
out.
and I
But all right, we're in
refer to
recess.
what
Thank you.
conduct
It's
you referring
3:14.
to.
Because you're ignorant to the law.
If you're gonna be biased, then somebody.
If you're going to be biased, this is, yeah, Jeremy Denker, you killed people. Like, stop acting like you're in some position to like warrant special appreciate or special considerations. Like, you decided to defend yourself. This clown, to be very clear, has given himself no outs when it comes to not understanding the letter of the law. He let go of his attorneys. His defense attorneys were there up until 2 weeks ago, till as the judge called it, the 11th hour and 45th minute. And then he said, you know what? I'm going to go pro se. I don't need you anymore. What he did was he allowed them to build the entire case for him, put together he's got specialists that were going to be called. One that was going to be called as a medical specialist that was going to, and they might still get called because, to be clear, he hasn't opened his case yet, right? So right now, in this Darrell Brooks trial, all we've got is the prosecution side of the case. They've done their opening statement. He hasn't done his. They're presenting their witnesses and their evidence. He hasn't done his. So he still is, and hopefully by the end of today, it's not going to happen. They're going to wrap the prosecution side of it. They're going to say, all right, we're done. Prosecution rests, right? Which is a scary moment because you want to make sure you've fully, litigated, if the term's proper, to the best of the ability of the courts. Right now, we're leaving that into what we're leaning into Darrell Brooks taking the helm at that. So now this, mind you, mass murdering child rapist is, and I don't mind saying this, guys. I know I usually refrain from being so, direct, but no love lost for this person at all. And if you don't like that, feel free to not listen to my opinion. Watch somewhere else. I'm not telling you to leave, but it's my thoughts. But this guy is going to be able to call witnesses to the stand. And that's what he's fighting about when he was talking to the prosecution right there. They said, you need to give us a list of your witnesses and you need to give us a list of the time in which the witnesses are going to come in. And for the last 2 days, he's been telling them, I'm not going to do that. And hopefully I have this video in here for you where he was telling the judge yesterday, he said, how am I supposed to tell you? I'm not going to give that to you. I'm not going to give you a breakdown of a chart as to when my witnesses are coming in, which is a stupid argument to make. What he is saying, though, is that he's going to give a list of his witnesses, but the prosecution is plaintiff, the state is saying, hey, we'll help coordinate your witnesses, get them in here. Because what he's trying to say is, no, let's call them all in on the same day. And as you can tell from everything he's been doing is examination and cross-examination takes forever when he's asking questions because he exhausts all of the most ridiculous questions. So his thought is he'll bring all the witnesses in on the same day, have 10, 15, 20 people sitting out in the hallway and then bring them in one at a time. And if you only get 2 in, tell the other 18 to go home, come back tomorrow. You can't do that. You have to projectively plan that ahead. Like with the, not to drop name here, but with the Rittenhouse trial, when I got called for that one, they knew generally when things were going to swing, which way they're going to swing. So when certain evidence was brought in and after videos were presented to the courts, of mine, then they said mid-trial, they're like, all right, cool. That's when they got a hold of me again. And they're like, hey, we need you to be in here by this day, just in case. So make sure you're in Kenosha if you're not in Kenosha already. So that was kind of the big push to get to Kenosha for the tail end of the trial because they were still calling these witnesses. So Darrell Brooks is still in that mode right now. He still hasn't presented his case, what he plans on accomplishing through this trial for him, like what he hopes, basically what argument he's going to make. And he's trying to, you guys can already see it. Like the vehicle wasn't acting properly because I had a bad wheel bearing. So it careened into these crowds of people down the street as I drove around other vehicles, but drove through people. My headlights were on bright. They should have seen me coming as he drove up from behind them through a crowd of pedestrians. Right. He's going to say that he honked his horn. There was a horn honking. How could you tell if there was a horn? If you could hear a gun, how did you not hear the horn? Things like that. These are some of the questions, some of the most, seemingly out of the box questions. But really for him, one of the things I'll have to do for a poll is how many of you feel that he's sticking to his game plan? Like that he has an actual tactic that he's working right now. He's got a game plan, something he's going to try to, he's working towards, he's chipping away at it. And that's what we forget is that he's got tactics in play here. And he's working towards an overall end game. He's got an end game. And I think that that's something we get frustrated with what he's doing, but it's almost, and mind you, I think he's a world-class piece of trash. It's almost, intelligent how he's working this, because he's exhausted these witnesses that are being brought in by the state to a point where it confuses the jury as to what they just heard as a testimony. And so they ask these questions, and then he barrages that person with a litany of just ridiculous questions that kind of derail all of the progress that the state has put into that witness being, of substance towards getting these convictions, of which those convictions are 6 life sentences plus at max term for the other crimes over 900 years. So he's looking at over 900 years plus 6 life sentences. Even at a reduced charge, he's looking at 700 plus years on one, I think it would be, so 6, 12, 18, 180 years on one plus 700. So he's still looking at over 1,000. It would be over 1,000 years without the life sentences, over 1,000 years. He's where he's at, but he's looking for an appeal. He's looking to be able to get to the appeal process and then go through that, but he's going to be in prison in the time being. And then he'll end up dealing with other inmates when they find out that he raped a 15-year-old girl. No matter what he wants to say, the charges stand as statutory rape of a minor that he impregnated in Vegas back in 2006, which is interesting because I have this. Let me pull this up for you real fast. This video of him talking about it, and he's basically going off on a ramble about. It's the next one over here. Sorry, let me pull it up. When he's talking about, what happened, what it's all about. And I'm blown away that, where is it? Sorry. I'll have it for you guys in just a second. Either way, the judge at one point yesterday, here, I'll give you this quick clip here. This is Judge Darrell yesterday, giving him some of the business because he was doing everything he could to just absolutely piss her off. In all of his arguments. And also what he said about this is what he said. So he said about his witnesses, the prosecution said, listen, we're trying to help you, but if you don't want the help, figure it out. You call your own witnesses. You call them and let them know they need to come in the next day. His argument, which is, I was in tears. How am I supposed to call him? I'm in jail. And the judge redirected, well, there's a jail phone. Use that. And he said, that doesn't even make sense. How is that even possible? How am I ever going to be able to do that? To which prosecution sat over there and they were just like, yeah, how? We're trying to help you get these witnesses in here. That's how they know where it's at. We know that this isn't going to make a difference. Let's bring them in. We got to ask them questions too. But we're trying to help you. And he said, it's not fair. I have the right to call witnesses. He loops himself around to say, I'm not going to give you this list, but I have the right to call these people. As if they're going to hand him a cell phone and say, hey, man, go ahead and start making your calls. Just make sure to return that when done and don't go over your minutes. You know what I mean? It's crazy, but they do have, you see these videos where there's guys in prison that have, that do have phones. So that's always kind of interesting to me. Like, and they put out like videos, like live streams. Oh, what's up? I'm in cell block 3. What's up? We're in 214. What's up? Come see us. We're doing a macaroni spread, like, all right. Somehow that's happening. But the, yeah, so this is Judge Darrow yesterday, and I'm trying to remember exactly which one this is, but this was her kind of giving a breakdown to Darrell about things here.
That would be a good exception to that. So that's very astute of you to point that out, sir. That would be one exception.
What he said there
But
was,
other
how am I supposed to get a hold of these people? Some of these people I'm not even allowed to have contact with because I have restraining orders against me. And that's what that's where we step in. She's like, well, that's pretty astute. You're right. You're not even allowed to call these people. If you do call them from jail, that's a violation of a no contact order, and you're going to get hit with more charges on the back end of 900 plus years and 6 life sentences.
than that, in any event, sir, we're kind of a bit off track. We're going to get back on track, and you need to provide the information that's provided that I've outlined here today.
I don't think that's fair, Your Honor.
Oh, your objection is noted, but
Yes.
it's my ruling.
The state didn't have to do that, but I have to do that.
They're talking about the
Sir,
order
I
in which
remind
witnesses are
you
gonna come
that
in.
you are nonetheless required to follow the rules of procedure, just as any attorney would have to if they were representing you. You've chosen to represent yourself. The state has graciously agreed to assist They've served the subpoenas on your behalf. They didn't have to do that, but they did. They've agreed to contact the witnesses throughout so that a better idea can be provided to those witnesses as to when they need to testify. They're simply asking for some basic courtesy so they can then relay that information to the witnesses you want to call in this trial.
I'm informed of that, Your Honor, but
All right, then let's move on.
that's actually under the confrontation clause in the Sixth Amendment. I should be able to have the right to have witnesses subpoenaed. It shouldn't. Why is that?
Again, we're getting a
overlooked?
little far afield here, sir. Subpoenas were provided to you. The record is very clear
Just telling
on
him,
that.
hey,
We
you
assisted
wanna
you
play
with
lawyer?
that. I even reviewed them for completeness. And then the state assisted you with serving them. That is something they are not required to do, but they agreed to do in this case.
They're
So
just-
nothing about your Sixth Amendment has been violated
Right.
in that regard.
Did I
You're
say violated
calling
or
these
did I say I'm
witnesses,
not?
so that's you need to understand that, sir.
I don't understand anything. And for the record,
All right.
I didn't bring up the word
Let us
violated.
continue.
Can we just? I gotta rewind to that if I can get it back by 5 seconds. When he
Say
said,
You're calling
violated or
these
did I say I'm
witnesses,
not?
so that's you need to understand that, sir.
I don't understand anything. And
"Come on, man." I mean, come on. Does it get any more perfect than that? You don't understand anything. You don't get it. Like, you don't understand this. He flat out tells, I don't understand anything. You ask questions that make no sense. You give objections that are nonsensical, like they don't have any legal basis. And she reminds you that's not even legally sound. That objection makes, because he asked for, the grounds for the objection, grounds for the sustain. Does nothing because it's not proper what you objected to. And the sustain is because that is wrong. But yeah, I don't understand anything. I will, Jessica. I will make that one of the sounds. We've got a couple sounds that we're playing for Darrell Brooks here. And if you're jumping in with us and you're new, we're doing the case. We're trying to keep some of it lighthearted because dealing with all this heavy material is difficult and it's hard to process. And a lot of it is difficult when you're going through it. So not to take light of or be pejorative towards anything that happened because we all know the severity of the situation. But one of these is the objection button. It's basically what it sounds like in my head. And then every once in a while, just saying, yeah, I know it's all studio gimmick, but whatever. It's what we're doing here. But but we're going to go back. I'm going to play the rest of this for you because he continues. And, I don't understand anything.
for the record,
All right.
I didn't bring up the word
Let us
violated.
continue then. We're going to move on, Mr. Brooks. Let us
So-
continue with the
So we
questioning
gonna move on to
of-
subject matter jurisdiction that
No,
has
I'm
yet
not.
to be proven.
Detective Carpenter, you can please come on back up to the witness stand, and Madam Clerk, you can have the jurors brought out.
So we're not going to address that at all. That's not going to be proven for the record.
So this is the jury is coming in at this point.
Is that a judicial determination that you don't have to answer the question, Your Honor?
She's discerning as a judge that she's not going to answer the question. So yeah, ipso facto, pal. Ipso
Is there
facto.
also a tactic agreement?
Listen to just regurgitating terms that someone else is like, you say this. Oh, this is a good one. Say that. Say that.
All right, you want to do that in front of the jury or just with me?
I wasn't sure if the defendant would have any objections that would be
Yeah.
heard off the record.
Well, I'm going to
or
play you this quick little
outside the
clip too.
presence of
Let
the
me
jury.
make sure
Well,
this
can
one
you
is.
have them hold for a second? Do you have any objection to Exhibit 82?
Of course he does.
Yeah, I got objection.
What's the objection, sir?
What is the relevancy of Exhibit 82?
Listen to what 82 is.
is your interview with Detective Carpenter and Detective Stern. Your objection is to relevance. Your objection's noted, it's overruled, and I will receive Exhibit 82.
I object to me being interviewed by the police after committing the crime in which I asked them, what am I being tried for? And did I hurt people? Like, yeah, man, it's kind of a big piece of information. When you talk to the FBI, when you talk to detectives, it's probably because he kept that, well, why am I even in here? Oh, wait, well, about that. And then he kept trying to dance around it and talk about stuff. But this other clip, listen to this. This is how he refers to and talks about this 15-year-old, mind you, 15 on court record, 15-year-old girl that he raped in Las Vegas. This is, yeah, here's another one for you. Another little nugget of brilliance from this world-class POS. But Darrell Brooks, what a gem. Listen to the way he words this. This blows my mind. So this is from Ike D. Mel on I believe this was originally on TikTok, is where this clip comes to us from. We'll go big on this one so you guys can see this one. So this is Darrell Brooks right here. Darrell Brooks Jr. And man, what a guy.
All of a sudden now I'm a pedophile. Let me explain that. 10 years ago, 2006, I caught a case with my oldest daughter's mama. Yes, my baby mama. She's from Oakland. I was busting moves in Nevada. I meet the bitch. She says she want to get down, so I'm pimping on the bitch. I'll take her to Nevada. You know what I'm saying? I get cracked. You know what I'm saying? I didn't know the bitch was 16 at the time. She gave a statement to the police and told them, yeah, she was hoeing, that I was pimping, and that she was 16, and that I didn't know that. Okay. And then as soon as we fall out, all of a sudden now I'm a pedophile. Let me explain that. 10 years ago,
So this was 2016. He says this. He wants to explain why all of a sudden he's a pedophile. Like, he didn't all of a sudden become a pedophile because she charged you or she, filed charges against you. You became a pedophile when you raped a minor. That's how that works, bro. That's how the world works. There's no sidestep to that one. That's you don't become a car thief when they catch you in the car you stole. That's the second you stole the car. You know what I mean? So not that I'm comparing the two, but in the wild world of Darrell Brooks here that we're watching, this is the guy that we're talking about, man. Yeah, he was pimping he was running her as a prostitute from Oakland, took her to Las Vegas and said, hey, 15-year-old child, I'm going to go ahead and pimp you out. I'm going to be a pimp and you're going to be my hooker and I'm going to make money off you. And then I'm going to impregnate you as well. And then he's trying to say, I didn't know. How was I supposed to know she was a child? When you look at a child, typically you see a child. But that's just from my standpoint. I know for me personally, when I look over I know when I look at this guy, I see a world. When I hear that, you think, I don't need to look at the dude. I hear piece of shit. I hear that. Those are the translation through, the intergalactic, translator would say this guy's a world-class douchebag. You push past that and you see somebody, I'm sorry, but this guy, immediately I'm not hanging out with that dude. We're not going to go, we're not going to the movies together. We're not gonna play chess in the park. That's not gonna happen. I go to the movies with my dog, literally. But this is Darrell Brooks. Yeah, just came back. So how old was he at the time? Was 26, I believe. Yeah, so he's 40 now. This is 2006, and this happened. So he turned 40 in prison, I think, or in jail just since last year. So you guys can do the math. 2006. So that was 14 years ago less. So he was 26 years old. Yeah, 26. He knew. Yeah, he knew. Yeah. So did you see the Destiny? Yeah, we played the. If you guys didn't see it, he was also in a documentary. He was showcased in this documentary. Here, I can pull that up for you real fast. Where he was. Where Darrell Brooks was interviewed for his meth addiction. I know we're showing a lot of the same things in this, guys, but it's important that we give you a chance. Actually, you know what? I'm gonna pull this up for you real quick because it's I think that this is from earlier today, and I want to make sure we see this. So let me get you guys out of here. Sorry. This was so they went and viewed the video today. If you guys don't know that, they went to the actual SUV that he was driving, and they had the jury take a look at it, and they were able to walk around and take a look at everything. And do you know when he is going to the court case for running away? Tiger Lily, who knows at this point? He is so far buried in, in his, in this case, the chance of him ever seeing, it's, yeah, it's wild. So this is going to be the, where are we at here? Here we go. Boom. And this is from earlier. This is what the vehicle looks like as it is today. And then we'll go back into the trial here. But they're coming back in. They're going to take them a second to bring the jury back in. But this is the SUV from earlier today. Let me turn the volume off on this one. But yeah, so this was them walking through the SUV. I don't know if there's any audio of this. No, this was just the camera crew that went through. You see the bullet holes in the back there, right in the back tail here. And then you've got all the damage. At one point when it came in, there was a headband stuck to the side view mirror. Yeah, you can see the massive amount of front end damage there. You can see a bullet hole there in the windshield that unfortunately wasn't about 36 inches to the right or left, depending on how you look at it. We'll jump back into the court case here in 1 minute, literally 1 minute. We're just almost done here with this. I think this is important to see. So the side view mirror missing. You can see all the damage to the front end, not to the side as if he was trying to swerve out of the way to miss people. Nothing on the back end as if he was backing out of the crowd. The only thing that you see as per damage to the back end of this vehicle is bullet holes. So, that's where we ended up with that one, So, but let's go ahead and get back into court here and see what they've got going. And we will. We've got to be getting close to prosecution resting today. That's where they planned on it today. And that's we'll see if that's if they stay true, if that actually works out. But with Darrell Brooks, you guys already know how he operates. Could take forever.
Lab analysts who are here first and not delay their testimony any further. So other than that issue, do you have anything else?
Yeah, I've
Got a lot of issues
thought
done.
he was released from his subpoena. At least that was my guess.
Oh, you guessed wrong, pal.
I honestly don't recall whether
That
that
scratcher
question
didn't work
was
out for you.
asked of me. I know he's the court officer and he's been here.
Yeah, Abigail. What are the
I
side
have to
mirrors?
take a look at the
Had
record
a
from when he
dancer's
testified
headband
and
that
see
he
if there was any
indicated.
reservation or
3 more
have the
witnesses,
state make an
guys.
offer of proof, and we can go from there. But I'm not going to do that right now. I
Share
want
the
to have
stream,
those
please.
lab
If
analysts
you're on here right now,
testify. They're here.
Set up
We can take up
notifications
more
on
fully
Facebook,
the issue
YouTube,
with
and Twitch.
Detective Casey
Share the stream now.
after they're done
Thank you.
testifying.
So how late do we plan on going?
I will go as late as 6 o'clock if need be.
Oh.
So I want to keep pushing along. I want to.
They just want to get
Yes,
through these last 3
definitely
witnesses.
pushing it here.
That's not that late, sir. We've stayed till 5:36.
Okay.
Previously, there were times during jury selection we stayed till probably 7 or 7:30.
In my
The last 2
position,
nights we did break at about 4:30, 4:45, and so I'm willing to go a little bit later tonight. So
He's
it's
mad because
3:30 now. We'll see how things
in
go.
jail
I was
if you get
making
back.
that for saying that on the record because in my position that is kind of late.
Sucks
Well,
for your
let's start
position.
now and we'll get going, and maybe we don't have to go that late. So bring the jury out.
Are we going to address subject matter
Got
jurisdiction?
Nope.
The written decision that I previously entered is what I will stand on. I'm not going to address it any further.
Is that verified
Judicial
proof?
verification.
Sir, my written decision is the decision on
Is it-
subject matter
Is it
jurisdiction.
verified proof?
Oh, he's had a new angle on it now.
Because it hasn't
Verified.
been proven on the record, and that was not verified proof. It has yet
I
to be
am
proven.
Walks
denying
past
the
it.
request by the defendant to verify subject matter jurisdiction.
It
That's
has to be
denied.
proven for the record.
So stop
I
asking. She
disagree
just
with you as
denied
a
it.
matter of
There's
law.
your
The
answer.
jury's
Show
coming
me
out.
lawful law.
All rise for the jury.
Show me by lawful law.
By lawful law. That's a new kind of law. That's that good law. The lawful stuff.
Unless
Ooh.
you make an tacit agreement that you don't have to prove subject matter jurisdiction on the record by law. It should be
All right,
proven by
welcome back, ladies and gentlemen of the
Got a date
jury.
with the cellmate.
It's about 3:37. I know you're all filing in, so I'll wait till you all get in.
Not yet.
And welcome back to the rest of you who are filing in after our short afternoon break. I just wanted to let everyone know I have let the parties know if need be. I am willing to stay between 5:30 and 6 this evening. I know there's 2 witnesses for sure. The state intends to call, and I intend to get through. It's kind of the timing and whether there's a 3rd witness tonight or not. I'll decide a little bit later. But at this point, the state may call its next witness, and the rest of you may be seated, of course.
Thank you, Your Honor. The state calls Chris Johnson.
Johnson, if you would please make your way to the witness stand, which is on my right. It is up a riser. When you get there, please remain standing. Raise your right hand. My clerk, Teresa, who's on my left, will swear you in.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Thank you, sir. Please have a seat. The first thing I will ask you to do is to state your first and last names for the record and then spell each.
My name is Chris, CHRIS, Johnson, JOHNSON.
Thank you. Go ahead, your witness.
How are you employed, sir?
I'm employed as the Chief of the Office of Crime Scene Response for the Division of Forensic Sciences, Wisconsin State Crime Laboratories.
That's a
What is
long
your educational
business
background
card.
and training briefly?
I have a Bachelor's of Science degree in molecular biology from Marquette University. I started my career approximately 16 years ago in the DNA analysis unit as a forensic scientist. As a forensic scientist, I went through an extensive training program to be a DNA analyst, and I've carried many positions since then.
And as
So would you
chief
guys say
of the
DNA
crime
analyst
response
is-
unit, what are your duties and responsibilities?
My duties are twofold. I have an administrative aspect and a technical aspect. The administrative aspect is to oversee and monitor all operations or all aspects of the crime scene response program operations. My technical aspects come into play when I receive calls from law enforcement to respond to scenes to provide technical assistance. My primary duty as the technical aspect is to preserve the integrity of the evidence at crime scenes. This is done through proper examination, recognition, documentation, and collection of physical items of evidence. Furthermore, another technical aspect I have is to write confidential reports of findings. And this basically summarizes any examinations and processing techniques that are used on scene and is a summary of the findings from those techniques. Lastly, I testify in court when needed.
Is there a set procedure you follow when you are asked to respond to a crime scene?
Yes.
What is that, please?
Objection leading.
Overruled. The witness may answer.
If law enforcement is at the scene and would like the crime lab crime scene response team to respond, they simply call the lab that's in their jurisdiction, and basically the call will get routed to me and I'll dispatch a team to the scene.
And on November 21 of 2021, was the crime scene response unit asked to respond to an incident in the city of Waukesha, county of Waukesha, state of Wisconsin?
Yes.
What was the nature of the call?
The nature of the call was to respond to an address on Maple Street to begin processing a vehicle that was abandoned in the driveway of that residence.
Were you given any limited information as to the significance of the vehicle?
Yes, it was reported to me that the vehicle was more than likely involved in running through the Waukesha Christmas Parade.
Were you aware that it was reported pedestrians had been struck during the event?
Yes, that was reported.
The objection is noted. I'll allow it as it is foundational. The witness may answer.
Yes.
Now, when I think of a crime scene, I typically think of a place or a location. Does your unit also cover processing of a vehicle like this?
Yes, in this
Overruled. You may answer.
in this particular circumstance or situation, the vehicle itself can be considered a crime scene in and of itself.
And in your years with the crime lab, do you have prior experience processing motor vehicles that were suspected to have been involved in fatal collisions with pedestrians?
Objection leading.
Overruled. Foundational. The witness may answer.
Yes, I've processed several vehicles related to that.
Okay. Did you personally respond to the address at 338 Maple?
Yes, I was one of two people responding.
Who else responded?
Julie Avila.
And does Julie work with you?
She does.
What's her task or primary responsibility?
Objection leading.
Overruled. Foundational. The witness may answer.
For this particular scene, I was what is called the team leader. So I'm in charge of all aspects of processing the scene. Julie was a crime scene response photographer. So she was tasked with appropriate documentation via photographs.
Okay. Do you recall about what time it was when you arrived on scene?
I arrived on scene approximately at 8:15 p.m. on 11/21/21.
And I'd like to show you a series of photographs, and I'm going to have multiple sets of photographs to go through with you. This is the first set, and the set contains 4 or 5 pictures. So they're going to show up on your screen first, sir, and I'm going to ask you to identify these photographs, and then we'll work backwards and present them to the jury with the court's permission, okay?
Okay.
So first on the screen is Exhibit 67, which I believe was previously admitted? Yes. Yes.
Yes.
All right.
Objection.
Overruled.
Sir, do you recognize the objects depicted in State's Exhibit 67?
Yes, this is a overview showing the front end damage of the red Ford Escape that's parked in the driveway of 338 Maple
Okay.
Avenue.
Next, we're going to present to you Exhibit 93. What's depicted in 93, please?
This is a close-up showing the damage of the front end of the vehicle, the red Ford Escape that's parked in that driveway.
All right. I should have asked you this prior to the photographing of the vehicle. Is it been moved or altered by you in any way, sir?
No.
Objection leading.
Overruled. Foundational. The witness may answer.
No.
Please put up for the witness number 68, which has been previously admitted.
Go ahead.
Objection.
Overruled.
Please describe, sir.
This is the photograph's taken at an angle, the front passenger side of the vehicle, but again, showing the damage of the front end of the vehicle.
Number 102. You recognize that photo, sir?
I do.
Please describe.
This is
Objection.
Overruled.
This is a mid-range photograph of the driver front quarter panel, showing a side view of the damage of the hood and the quarter panel.
And number 103. Please describe.
This is a overall photograph of the back end of the red Ford Escape.
Do you believe these 5 photographs are true and accurate depictions of the way the vehicle looked on the driveway at 338 Maple that evening, sir?
Objection leading.
I'm sorry. I was trying to get a hold of my witness list. Could you re-ask the question?
Yes, Your Honor. Do these 5 photographs truly and accurately depict the way the vehicle looked at 338 Maple Street on the evening of November 21, 21?
Objection leading.
Overruled. Foundational. The witness may answer.
Yes.
Move to admit 67, well, 67 and 68 are already in. So move to admit 93, 102, 103, and permission to publish all 5.
Objection. Relevancy.
Noted. Overruled. The exhibits are received. Permission to publish granted, specifically 67, 93, 68, 102, 103. I realize some may have been received previously, but to be thorough, I wanted to put that on the record.
Thank you. All right, Mr. Johnson, 67 you testified was an overview photograph?
Yeah, it's an overall photograph
Objection
of the.
leading.
Overruled. They're now being shown to the jury. It's proper. It's foundational as well. Go ahead.
Yes, this is a overall photograph showing the location of the vehicle, but specifically also showing the front end damage of the vehicle.
All right. Next, 93. Please describe.
A close-up.
Overruled. Go ahead.
A close-up of the damage that has been sustained on the front hood area, bumper area of the red Ford Escape.
Next is 68.
Objection.
Overruled.
Mid-range photograph showing the damage, front end damage, specifically from a reference point of the front passenger corner of the vehicle.
I observe on the bottom of that photograph, there appears to be some liquid substance on the ground. Do you see that, sir?
Yes, I
Objection
do.
leading.
Overruled foundational. The witness may answer.
Do you remember seeing that substance that night?
Yes.
Were you able to tell what it was?
Objection speculative.
Overruled. Based upon his training and experience, he may answer.
Not specifically what type of fluid it is, but some kind of engine compartment fluid.
From this vehicle?
Yes.
Number 102, please.
A mid-range of the driver front quarter panel, also showing what I describe as a white headband on the broken driver door mirror.
Is that illuminated in some fashion?
It's terrible.
Objection
Yes.
leading.
Overruled. The witness may answer.
Came off of someone's
Just a
head that he
reminder
hit.
to wait until I fully rule on the objection before you answer.
I apologize.
Denise, you don't
Yes.
got a chat to
How
be
is it
here.
illuminated?
Appreciate you being here, though.
Objection leading.
Overruled.
It has white LEDs that are within the cloth and they're blinking on and off.
Okay. And then last would be 103.
Objection.
Please describe. Oh, I'm sorry, he objected.
Overruled. Go ahead.
An overall from the further into the driveway showing the back end, the rear end of the red Ford Escape.
All right. Now, after these photographs were collected on Maple Street, did there come a time where you planned to move the vehicle?
Don't need to yell.
Yes. Part of the process in arriving at a scene, there are 3 steps. There's a scene approach, scene assessment, and a scene processing strategy. So the scene approach starts with the moment I receive a call and start thinking about what evidence might be present, just knowing the limited facts or the limited information that I have during the call. When I arrive on scene, I do a scene assessment. So I did a walkthrough of this particular vehicle, around it, and including the property. Determined from that what my processing strategy would be. So going back to answer the question, my thought and my processing strategy this particular night was to collect anything that would be fragile in nature off of the vehicle and then get it transported to a more environmentally friendly secured facility to continue processing in the subsequent days.
Was that for your comfort or for some scientific reason?
Objection speculative.
Overruled. The witness may answer.
It was very cold that night, so it was difficult to process. It was very windy, but it was for a purely scientific standpoint of doing the necessary steps of collecting whatever I needed and I deemed fragile. Collect that stuff, and then let's get it into an enclosed trailer and transport to a secure facility that's nearby.
So what items, if you recall, did you remove that you had deemed fragile?
Objection leading.
Overruled. The witness may answer.
There were first some items that were in the yards or yard of this particular residence, some examination gloves, and a winter hat that was in the backyard. So those items were collected. A particular interest on the vehicle was the headband that was around the driver door mirror that was broken. So that was important to collect because during transport, that most likely would have fallen off. So that's what I'm talking about, fragile evidence.
So that item was removed?
Correct.
What about the front bumper? We saw that laying on the driveway. Was that secured in some fashion?
Objection, leading.
Overruled, you may answer.
Yes, to make transport easy, the bumper would have had to be lifted up with bungee cords and resecured. Otherwise, as the tow company is moving the vehicle, the bumper would just continue to go underneath the vehicle, further damaging or maybe even eliminating or getting rid of physical evidence that might be on that bumper.
So were you the person that secured that front bumper?
I was there and I assisted with the tow company.
Okay. Where'd you take it?
So it was taken from this residence and it was taken to Waukesha County Sheriff's Office secured facility.
Is that nearby here in Waukesha?
Yes.
Okay. Ask Madam Clerk if you could turn off the display, please, and I'm going to present to the witness only another series of photographs, starting with 105.
Go ahead. Do you know how many?
8.
Sequential?
Yes, 105
What
through
a brash
112.
defiance. Like this is such a waste of his time. You know what I mean?
I haven't seen them yet, so I'll have to wait, but you can.
Look at this.
The
Man, get a
mouth-
screenshot of
no.
that if anybody would. Shoot that over to me.
I think we're ready on our end. We're just waiting for Madam Clerk.
Oh, sorry. I'll leave it alone. You get it.
Yeah, you guys, thanks for the shares. If you're in here, thank you for the like and for the interactions. You know, hearts, smiley face,
Given what I see on the
face,
screen, the objection is overruled.
emojis, all
Okay.
that.
And
Appreciate you
Your
guys.
Honor, for the sake of time, I'm just going to ask the witness to look through these photos just as if he had them in front of him, and then I'll ask some foundational questions. So
You guys got some interesting poll going
105
on
is on
over
the screen. Do
on,
you see it, sir?
on Facebook.
Yes.
If
Do
you're
you
not
need
in
more
Facebook.
time to review that photo?
No.
Question is, do you think Darrell Brooks feels he is
106,
winning
please.
in this mass murder defense? Yes, no, or he
Do you
doesn't
need more
care.
time to review
And
that photo?
Right now,
Jason
yes,
leading.
and he doesn't care. Tied at
Overruled, the witness
37
may answer.
and knows only
107?
26. So
Yes.
Do you need more time?
hop over to Facebook and weigh
No.
in.
108?
Yes.
Do you need more time?
No.
109?
Yes.
Need more time?
No.
110?
Yes, I recognize, and I don't need more time.
111?
I recognize, and I don't need more time.
And 112?
I recognize that photo and don't need any more time.
Where were each of these photos taken?
Each of these photos were taken at that secure facility that where Waukesha County Sheriff's Office, their secured facility. This is indoors at that facility.
Okay. And do you believe each of these photos is a true and accurate representation of what the vehicle looked like once you towed it to the secure facility?
Yes.
I'll move for admission of 105 through 112 and permission to publish, Your Honor.
Objection.
Relevancy.
Noted. Exhibits
No.
105,
Not even a
106,
reason.
107, 108, 109, 110,
Yes,
111,
objection.
and 112 are all received. Permission to publish granted.
Thank you, Paula. I appreciate
As
it.
to all.
Anyone else who sent a screenshot? Yeah. It's an interesting poll. 37% say yes, he thinks he's winning. 26% say no, and 37% say he doesn't
So in
care.
this photograph, sir, is the, what's the condition of the front bumper, please?
The,
Objection, leading.
Overruled. Foundational. The witness may answer.
the front bumper is secured in somewhat, should be its original position with those bungee cords that we previously talked about.
Okay.
This is what it looks like when he parked it, though, just so you know. Oops, sorry.
Please describe.
Overall photograph, the front driver's quarter panel, including showing the hood damage.
Was there an effort by you to try and match the pieces of the bumper to the frame of the body, or is that just the way it came together?
Objection. Speculative.
Overruled. Go ahead, you may answer.
At this time, I was not trying to physically match anything together. It was just for the purpose of securing it for transport.
What is the position of the driver's side window in this photograph, sir?
The window is down.
Is that the way you found it?
Yes.
Objection.
Overruled. The witness may answer. He responded to the scene where the vehicle was located.
Shouldn't you give a
testify
reason for
based
your
upon his
objection?
knowledge.
I don't know the
107,
legalities of it, but
please.
it seems like without saying anything as to why, you know.
Please describe.
An overall photograph from the point view of the front passenger side of the vehicle.
Interesting.
Next, 108.
Objection.
Overruled.
What is there to object
Please
to, man?
describe.
An overview of the front of the vehicle, including the front passenger quarter panel and the front passenger door.
Yeah, he's
What position was the front passenger window in?
past caring if he wins. But
Down.
he's not trying.
Is that the way you found it?
Yes.
109.
Yeah,
Please describe.
staying it. That's
An
from
overall
hitting
photograph
people.
of the passenger side of the vehicle. Including in this photograph is the front quarter panel, the front passenger door, and the rear passenger door.
And along the front passenger door and the rear passenger door, do you see anything remarkable?
Objection. Leading.
Yeah, this should be. You guys are seeing the damage to this car. That's from hitting bodies,
Spanning the length
The
of
body's
both doors
skipping
is,
off this car.
quite a significant scratch.
Have you seen scratches like that before in processing motor vehicles, sir?
Objection. Relevancy.
Overruled.
I have.
What is that consistent with, please?
Objection. Leading.
Overruled.
Coming into contact with another item.
Thank you.
Whether or not he thinks he's
Number
winning
110.
was the poll question. Yeah.
Please
Yeah,
describe.
An overall photograph showing the rear of the passenger side of the vehicle,
Including a bullet hole right there. If you guys don't.
specifically noting that the rear passenger window, that window is not down, it was actually shattered,
Okay.
broken. And also showing in this photograph are 2 apparent fired bullet defects.
Okay, I have some other photos more specific to that in a minute. Thank you. 111.
Objection.
Overruled.
Please describe.
An overall photograph from the vantage point of the rear passenger side of the vehicle.
And then 112, please.
Objection.
Overruled.
An overall of the vehicle from vantage point rear driver side of the vehicle.
Is the rear driver's side window, what position is it in, please?
That is up.
And is that the way you found it?
Yes.
It looks like there's substance on the exterior of the vehicle on the driver's side. Do you see what I'm referring to, sir?
Objection. Leading.
Overruled. The witness may answer.
Yes, I do.
Do you know what that item or substance was?
Objection. Speculative.
Overruled. Based upon his training and experience and his personal observation of the vehicle, he may answer.
Not knowing what specific fluid that might be, I did do a presumptive test to see if it's possibly blood.
Okay.
All tests that I did of that liquid that's on the driver's side came back negative for the
Okay.
possible presence of blood.
And was it sprayed along the most of the driver's side of the vehicle?
Objection. Speculative.
Overruled.
Yes.
Oh, I don't know. I keep getting frustrated when he objects. We all know. He
Now,
doesn't know what he's
I'd like
talking about.
to move on, sir, and ask you, did you do an interior inspection of the vehicle
Yes.
and an exterior inspection of the vehicle?
Yeah, Carol, you're right. He objects just to confuse
Like
the
to,
witnesses. But they're professionals. so-
Highlight some specific areas, starting with the interior of the vehicle. Would you have processed the entire passenger compartment and cargo space of this vehicle?
Yes.
And what types of things would you have been looking for, sir?
Based on my former experience, looking for surface types that might contain potential DNA evidence. So specifically, anything that's in the vehicle that would have been handled to control the vehicle, or handled in a repetitive manner, or with some kind of force. So for example, the steering wheel, the gear shifter, those items were swabbed by myself for the potential of DNA. We also looked at surfaces within the vehicle and processed those for the possible presence of latent fingerprints.
Do you remember locating an object on the front passenger seat of the vehicle?
Yes.
I'm going to ask that we display to the witness only Exhibit 117. Do you recognize what's shown in Exhibit 117, sir?
Yes, there's a hat that's on the front passenger seat cushion.
Is that the way the object looked when you found it?
Yes.
Move to admit 117, permission to publish, Your Honor.
Objection. Relevancy.
Overruled. Exhibit 117 is received. Permission to publish granted.
Could you please, it's a touch screen in front of you, circle the hat that you just described for the jury? And then to your left, sir, on the witness stand, before you took the stand, I placed an item up there that's been marked as exhibit number 87. You see that on the table there?
Yes.
Can you identify exhibit 87?
That new poll on Facebook is, do you think Darrell Brooks is winning the case?
Yes, this is the
Yes or no?
winter style hat that I collected from that front passenger seat.
Okay.
Teresa, good question. Did they ever find his
Like
hoodie and
to
shoes?
show another photograph to the witness, exhibit 118, please.
Objection.
Overruled. Go ahead.
Do you recognize the object in exhibit 118?
I do.
Do you believe this photo is a true and accurate representation of the object as you found it on the vehicle?
I do.
Objection. Speculative.
Overruled. Your answer may stand again. Just wait till I rule on the objection, please.
Move to admit 118, permission to publish.
Exhibit 118 is received. Permission to publish granted.
Please describe.
This is a close-up photograph of the clothing items that were pinned to the windshield by the crumpled hood, and it was being held in place by that hood being pinning the items against the windshield, as well as that wiper arm.
Okay. Did you eventually remove these items?
Yes,
What did you find them to be?
it was a detachable hood from a jacket as well as a winter hat.
And can you just point out on the touch screen which is which?
Objection. Leading.
Overruled.
That's the hood portion, and that's the hat portion.
Okay, thank you. Did you find any U.S. mail or paperwork inside the vehicle?
Objection. Relevancy.
Overruled. The witness may answer.
That you were sharing that stream?
Yes, I did.
Were there any names associated with the U.S. mail or paperwork inside the vehicle?
Objection. Relevancy.
Overruled. The witness may answer.
Yes,
What was that name?
Darrell E. Brooks Jr.
Was there an address, if you can recall?
Objection. Relevancy.
Overruled. The witness may answer.
There was, but I don't exactly recall it.
Sure. Also on the table next to you, sir, is your report that I've marked as exhibit number 90. Do you see that?
Yes.
Wait.
You can't just interrupt.
Placed on the table.
What is he?
Go ahead, Attorney Opera.
Objection. How did it get on the table?
Your objections noted, it's overruled. Record will reflect that there's a copy of a crime lab report. It has an exhibit sticker, number 90, with the case number of this case.
Yep. That's
and
how it
back to
works.
the witness. Go ahead and make question.
How did it get on the table? Who placed it on the table?
Attorney Opera indicated she placed it there.
When did that happen?
Attorney Opera, go ahead.
It was a
Continue.
magic trick.
Did you author this report, sir?
Yes, I did.
If you review the report, would you be able to see the address for
It's your turn, bud.
Darrell Brooks that was noted in the paperwork from the inside of the SUV?
I will.
Objection. I don't consent to being called that name.
Whoa, we haven't heard that one in a minute.
Noted, overruled.
Wow, way to show
Yes,
up.
I would.
man. Thought he was sleeping.
Please do that, sir.
Objection.
I object to the term turn.
Grounds for the overrule.
'Cause that's how the law works.
The witness may answer.
Grounds for the overrule.
Go ahead, sir.
You get nothing.
The address for the pieces of mail that I recovered was 4014 North 19th Street, Milwaukee, Wisconsin, 53209.
Thank you.
Objection. That should be strike. When he asked the question, he said he didn't recall. So how can you force somebody to recall?
The witness's recollection was refreshed through the use of his report, which he indicated he documented the address. Your objections noted, it's overruled. The answer will stand. Go ahead, next question, please.
Yes, and actually, if I could back up 1 minute and ask Ms. Gussie to put back up 117. Got to ask a question about 117.
Go ahead.
And if we could display it,
Do
please,
what y'all
Madam
wanna
Clerk.
Nobody got to answer no questions.
Mr. Brooks, please refrain from interrupting. You'll have an opportunity to ask
Oh, no.
questions
Objection
on
of
pro-
how
Objection.
evident- how
Like,
stuff
then
got
boom.
to the table
Contempt.
without my knowledge. That should be known. That should at least be noted for the record.
It was
I wouldn't
noted
be.
for-
I wouldn't be able to do that.
Your objections noted, it's overruled. Go ahead, Attorney Opera.
So that needs to stop happening.
In
It needs
addition
be
to the
fixed.
hat,
All right, I'm gonna excuse the jury.
Oh, here we go.
Can't keep doing stuff without. It should be a fair trial. That's my right. I shouldn't be able to do things without my knowledge. And pass it off to the jury like that's fair. They deserve to know that too.
Here we go.
The rest of you can have a seat as well. As soon as the jury's out, I'll make a record.
Yeah, hit him with contempt. You know what I mean? Seriously, like all of this, like
All right, Mr. Brooks.
Mr. Brooks
You are
was
well
right.
aware
just
that the
don't
reason
consent to being
documents
called that
are
name.
being put on.
I don't
the
consent to being
stand
called that name.
are
what name do you want to be called
because
then?
This
Seriously,
court
he hasn't answered.
indicated it would limit the movement of the parties due to your custodial status to keep things fair.
And I
You are
merely asked, how did
attempting-
it get there?
Sir, do not
I'm not
interrupt
entitled-
me or
I'm
you will
not- I'm not
forfeit your
entitled
right
to
to be
know how it got
present
there?
in this courtroom.
So
Do
you're
not
holding me in
interrupt
contempt?
me.
Are you holding me in contempt?
Do it. Yes, do it. Do
I'm
it.
gonna make a record.
Do
Are
it.
you holding me in contempt?
I'm not answering your questions.
So then you're not holding me in contempt.
Do not interrupt me again or you will go to the other courtroom.
Under what lawful law?
All right, he's interrupted me once again. We're gonna clear the courtroom.
See ya.
Being disrespectful, I'll make the record once he moves. Unless
Oh, Destiny,
you can
thank you
promise
for
me
that.
right now that you let me make my
Don't
record
know.
without you
Come
interrupting
on,
me,
man.
sir.
Stick to your
You
guns.
gonna make your record? You can make your record.
Then please don't interrupt me.
Don't hold me in contempt.
I've never said any
Why are you
such
still
thing.
arguing with him?
Removing me for the courtroom, Your Honor, is essentially holding me in contempt.
All right, no, you're forfeiting your right to be present under Illinois versus
I
Allen.
didn't.
Thank
I didn't
you.
forfeit
I'm
anything.
going to start talking, and if he interrupts, then I will close this courtroom, and he will be taken to the next courtroom.
You already said that.
Mr. Brooks, you are well aware that the court made some pretrial rulings related to whether there would be, they can stay in, I haven't closed it yet, he's not interrupting me, whether the parties could approach the witness stand.
Yeah.
And I did that because you're in custody and I'm not going to allow you to approach the witness stand while in custody. That is why various precautions have taken place to limit, frankly, that from happening. Throughout this trial, there was one instance at the very beginning of the case where I allowed the state to approach a witness. I corrected that. That hasn't happened since. We've had bailiffs take items up to the witness stand, or the items have been given to the witnesses, or they've been placed on the witness stand. That's proper. There is nothing wrong about that. Nobody's trying to pull a fast one over you. No one is doing something that's not permitted by this court, or frankly, under the rules of decorum and courtesy or the presentation of evidence in this case. Frankly, from my perspective, sir, your attempts and your comments are to try to dig in at this jury and to somehow create doubt about the presentation of this case or the fairness of these proceedings without the party, meaning the state, having an opportunity to refute, explain, or correct it. I've taken the jury out at this point to admonish you that any further mumbling under your breath or not recognizing when I uphold or sustain an objection, that I will take as a disrupting interruption meant to disrupt the proceedings.
That's what interruptions are.
I'm not holding you in contempt. I'm well aware that that's one of my options. I choose not to do it for the reasons that I've stated on the record previously. All right. You can forfeit your right to be present at any point in time during this trial by your conduct under Illinois versus Allen. When it is disruptive, when it does not follow the simple rules of courtesy and decorum, I draw your attention once again to SCR chapter 62, which has been previously provided to you, which is under the statute there. These constant mumbling and interruptions
it's so
during the proceedings. I haven't made a record of them today, but I will now.
Yeah.
Started at 9:01, then there was 5 at 9:02, 3 at 9:03, 4 at 9:04, 1 at 9:05, sorry, 2 at 9:05, 1 at 9:06, 3 at 9:08, again at 9:17, 9:27, 10:31, 1:05. There was talking over by you at 2:03. 5 interruptions at 2:14, 2:15, 2:17, at 2:19, audible muttering, 2:31, 2:33, what I would describe as inappropriate, like muttering under your breath, 2:35, at 3:06, there was a hilarious comment, at 3:11, there was what I would describe as arguing about the muttering and the irony of it all. At 3:12, there were 4 interruptions. At 3:37, more 4:09, 4:10, more mumbling. At 4:11, twice, and at 4:12, 9 different times.
9
so,
different.
I think I made an ample record of the disruptions today. I've been abundantly patient with you.
You need to hit him with that
again,
contempt.
as I stated earlier, I've even
let's get this
limited how I tell these things to the jury about how to disregard. And I simply say the jury is to disregard comments and statements made by the parties or the lawyers, as those are not evidence. So I'm warning you, do not interrupt again. If this jury comes back, or when they come back and you do that, then you will be removed and you will forfeit your right to be present for the examination of this witness. Let's bring the jury back in.
Well, you might as well remove me then, because
go ahead, do
what
it.
You're doing is not fair. I can't even rebut what you're saying.
You can.
I didn't interrupt you. I let you make your incorrect record.
Mr. Brooks, I'm bringing the jury out and we're continuing.
He told you
we're
to
going to
kick him
get through
out.
these witnesses.
And I'm not stopping you from
Through
doing
your
that.
behavior, you're not going to delay these proceedings today.
I'm not trying to delay the
continue.
proceedings, so I wish you would stop being incorrect on the record and saying what I'm trying to do if you don't know that. You don't know what I'm trying to do.
I'm bringing the jury out. I'm not going to argue with you.
Then
Yeah,
don't.
You are.
I'm not arguing with you either. I'm stating facts.
You're raising your voice. It's
because I'm tired of you always making a record.
At me.
You're making a record of me trying to look bad. I know what you're trying to do. It's not gonna work.
I'm making a
You
record of
murdered
what's
6
accurate.
people.
You're making a record of incorrect statements. That's what you're doing. You're not making a record of
Mr.
not being
Brooks, I'm
negligent.
advising you to be quiet because the jury's coming back out.
You're advising me to be quiet?
Yeah.
Is you telling
I'm
me to be
advising
quiet?
you to be respectful
Advising.
when the
Are
jury
you
comes
telling
out.
me to be quiet or are you asking me?
I'm asking you and advising
Okay.
you.
Thank you for correcting that because don't nobody tell me what to do. I don't tell nobody else what to do.
I'd
She
appreciate
is-
We're
if
all
you lowered
we're all
your tone
adults
of
in here.
voice
I've
and
never
not yell
told
at
you
me,
to do
sir.
anything at all.
Hey, they just told her to kick you
Sir,
out.
I'd
And she
appreciate
should have
if your
done it.
tone of voice would change.
I would appreciate if you would ask me.
Ask you what? I would
I'm a
appreciate if your
grown
tone of
man with
voice would
grown
change.
kids. Ain't nobody gonna talk to me like
Yeah,
that.
one of those
Nobody.
kids came from a girl you raped when she was 15. So let's not start.
I don't
talking
have a
about
problem with doing what you asked me to do, not tell me. Just like when I asked you about subject matter jurisdiction that you have yet to prove on the record.
it. If you're not sharing the
But
stream, you guys
somehow
are
I'm
missing the
being
chance for people to see what
intentionally
we're dealing with.
disruptive. Come on, man. Stop. Just stop it.
Jury's coming
Stop telling
out.
her what to do, man.
Not gonna work.
Share the stream, you guys. Seriously, this is the type of stuff that we need to be very aware of. So when you watch this, you're like, oh, I wonder why the case is going the way it's going. If you haven't been watching, there it is. Man, this guy. Wow. If anybody is watching, you're able to clip that last couple minutes for me, I'd appreciate it. And then hit me up. I'll give you like a location you can send it to, my P Cloud or one of these places. I might have to go back and do it myself, but either way, man, look at the daggers he's shooting at her. Ooh, look at the face. Just it sucks to be put in a corner when you're
Thank
a
you,
child,
everyone. Please
right?
be seated.
But when you act like that, guess what?
Statement continue its
Put on your dipshit hat and
examination
sit in
of
the
this
corner.
witness. I believe we're on exhibit 117.
Yes, we have.
Ooh.
Madam Clerk, would you please turn the display back on?
Oh, I love it. Look at that. He thinks he's intimidating the judge now.
Mr. Johnson,
Look at it.
were there other items on the front passenger seat besides the blue winter hat?
Objection leading.
Overruled. The witness may answer.
I do recall a cell phone being present on that front passenger seat.
Asking no more
Do
questions.
you remember what kind of cell phone?
An iPhone.
Super stank guy.
I also see some items that look like maybe headphones or a charging cable, something like that. Do you see that, sir?
Objection leading.
Overruled. Foundational. The witness may answer. The exhibits previously been received.
Objection speculative.
Overruled.
I do see that.
Do you remember something like that on the front passenger seat?
Yes.
Okay. And how about on the floorboard of the front passenger seat? Is there an item there, sir?
Objection leading.
Overruled. You may answer.
Yes.
What do you remember that item was?
A TV.
Okay. And to the left of the TV, the white colored object?
I don't recall what that is.
Okay. But this is the exact way the passenger seat looked when you recovered the vehicle, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Now, if we could please go to Exhibit 116 and put up for the witness only.
Yeah, he wants to be put in another room. He feels that it'll show that he's getting unlawful treatment and that he's not able to properly defend himself and yada,
Sir,
yada,
do you
yada.
see
But
Exhibit
so she's
116 in
doing her
front of
best
you?
to make sure that that
I
doesn't
do.
fly in there. And
Do you recognize this photograph?
I do.
Do you believe this to be a true and accurate depiction of the interior of the SUV?
Yes.
Move to admit 116, permission to publish.
Objection. Relevancy.
Overruled. Exhibit 116 is received. Permission to publish is granted.
And says, I wouldn't take that in my house. Yeah, right. Delays the trial, may delay the trial, but it's just better. He has more time to
What's
prepare.
in the
They're just trying to
photo
get
of
through this,
116, please?
This is an overview of the rear passenger seat. That rear passenger compartment contained several clothing items and miscellaneous items.
Okay.
Yeah, man.
And was the condition of the back seat like this when you found the vehicle, sir?
Objection speculative.
Put him in one of those like the
Overruled. The
Pope.
witness may answer
You know what I
based
mean?
upon his knowledge of recovering the vehicle from the scene and his training and experience.
Yes.
Now,
You guys
for
in the
the
chat are
witness
great, man.
only,
Really
I'm
appreciate
going
everything
to
y'all are doing.
please
Being very
ask
active and
Ms. Gussie to
playing
put
a
up
part of our
113,
community here. You guys
114,
are
and
great.
115 for his review.
The Facebook poll is interesting. I'm not interesting, but you know, we
What?
said that 95% of you
113
think that
up.
he's
Yes.
not winning the
Okay, do
case.
you recognize that item?
But in
I do.
the
Okay. Next, 114.
it was interesting and when they asked in the poll, do you think Darrell Brooks feels Yes.
And
Yeah.
115, do you
There's
recognize
a thing.
115? There it is.
I do.
Okay. Do you believe these three photographs truly and accurately depict the vehicle, these areas of the vehicle, sir?
Yes.
Move to admit 113, 114, and 115, permission to publish.
Exhibits 113, 114, and 115 are all received. Permission to publish granted.
Please.
Yeah, prison's gonna have a way of dealing with him. You know what I mean?
Jury would let me know when the.
He said he's a
jury box
grown man with
monitors
grown
are up.
children.
All right, thank
Like I
you very
said,
much.
you guys weren't
All
with
right.
us.
Please
one
describe
to-
113, sir.
Well,
That is
I'm a
an
child either.
apparent fired bullet
Got a friend.
defect that's in the windshield of the Ford Escape.
Is that the rear view mirror on the left side of the picture?
Yes, this photograph would be from the inside looking through the windshield.
Were you able to tell the path of travel for the bullet?
Objection,
Yes,
speculative.
Please describe.
Overruled. You may answer.
yes. The fired bullet that caused this defect most likely came through that rear passenger window that was shattered and entered the vehicle and then exited the vehicle through the windshield.
So that's a exit damage that we're seeing there.
Yes.
How can you be sure?
Windshields have laminated glass, and so the directionality of a fired bullet going through laminate glass, there's an indicative laminate tag, we call it. So that shows the direction of the fired bullet.
Number 114, please. Please describe.
That's an apparent fired bullet defect. I call this a striking defect. That's on the roof rail of the passenger side of the vehicle.
Why do you call it a striking defect?
It didn't penetrate any part of the vehicle. It was more of a glancing kind of ricochet.
Okay. And then number 115. And if you could zoom in on that back left. Yeah, thank you. Please describe.
This is an apparent fired bullet defect. I call this a perforating defect because it actually went through the exterior door skin and went all the way through into the inside of the vehicle.
Did you ever find the fired round in the vehicle?
Yes, I did recover a fired bullet and fired bullet fragment from the rear cargo area of the vehicle.
Okay. Was there any evidence that that bullet traveled any further than the cargo area of the SUV?
Objection, speculative.
Overruled. Based upon the witness's training and experience and examination of the vehicle, he may answer.
No, the bullet stayed in that rear cargo area.
Okay. Now, aside from examining the interior and the exterior of the vehicle at ground level, did you attempt to look underneath the vehicle?
Yes, the first processing strategy, if we go back to that, I wanted to get everything collected from all sides of the vehicle and inside of the vehicle before putting it on a vehicle lift to examine the undercarriage of the vehicle.
So you did do that.
Yes,
What kinds of things are you looking for on the undercarriage?
looking for anything that shouldn't be normally present on the undercarriage of the vehicle. So I was looking for any hairs, fibers, any potential biological fluids such as blood.
Did you find any such objects?
Objection, leading.
I mean, it's terrible that he's having to
Overall,
look for
you
body
may
parts,
answer.
and
Yes, I did.
it's jeez.
Did you collect those items?
Yes, I did.
You had described for us earlier swabbing of the steering wheel on the interior of the vehicle. Do you recall that?
Objection, leading.
Overruled. The witness may answer.
How do you go about swabbing a steering wheel, sir?
Objection. What's the relevancy?
Overruled. The witness may answer.
The best way to collect DNA evidence from a surface is to use a two-swab technique. The first swab is a swab that's slightly moistened with deionized water, and basically swabbing the surface and then following up that swab with a dry swab. So it's a two-swab process, a wet swab followed by a dry swab, and that becomes one item of evidence.
Same thing for the gear shift?
Yes.
What do you do with these swabs after you collect them?
I put them into the appropriate container and then seal that container, write my description of that particular item of evidence, and eventually that evidence is transferred to a unit at the crime laboratory for analysis. In this particular case, those items, anything for DNA, is going to be transferred to the DNA analysis unit.
Did that happen?
Yes, that did.
And how about the hat, State's Exhibit 87? Did that get transferred to another unit for further analysis, to your knowledge?
Yes, so any clothing item that's
Hold on, there was an objection. Grounds
Relevancy.
overruled, the witness might.
He might actually get more objections
Clothing
sustained
items
if he had
that
any
are worn by
legitimate
individuals
objection, but
are
he
a
doesn't.
really good source of transfer of DNA. So yes, I collected that hat and it was transferred to the DNA analysis unit.
Your report Exhibit 90, did you believe that to be a true and accurate narration or summary, I should say, of your work in this case, sir?
Yes, I do.
Move to admit number 90, Your Honor.
Objection. Relevancy.
Overruled, Exhibit 90 is received.
I don't have any other questions then, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. Cross-exam, please.
You said you do DNA analysis, correct?
No, I did DNA analysis for nearly 10 years. I don't actually do DNA analysis anymore.
So at the time of the incident, were you doing DNA analysis?
No,
So who did the DNA analysis on all the items that were found during your investigation?
DNA analyst Trevor Nailed.
Did you see the results of those DNA Did you see the results of those DNA tests?
We did have
It's
conversations.
like when you do try to word, but spell check won't give you the actual
Did you
spelling.
see 'em?
So you just change the way you write the sentence.
No,
So it'd be fair to say you don't know what those results were.
I didn't verify it. Like I said, we just had conversations.
So do you know the results of the DNA analysis?
Yeah, they presented them.
In particular, is there a particular item?
For any of the items?
I don't recall the exact results, no.
And you made reference to the gunshot that you stated stayed in the rear cargo. Where in the rear cargo did you find that shell casing?
Objection, that's a misstatement. It wasn't a shell casing, Your Honor.
Shell casing, fragment, same thing.
Hold on, there's been an
No,
objection.
there's not. There's a bullet. There's the
I'll
cartridge.
sustain the objection.
There's
It mischaracterizes the testimony and ask that you rephrase it.
Did you find a shell casing, a bullet fragment?
I found a fired bullet fragment.
Where did you find the fired bullet fragment?
It was really close proximity to where the rear latch comes down and hooks in to stay closed. So on the floor of the rear cargo by where the actual cargo door comes down.
And you said a latch that comes down?
Yeah, so how doors latch, like car doors latch, you know where the latch is? So where the rear cargo door came down and latched, it was in really close proximity on the horizontal surface of that rear cargo area.
Did you observe if the bullet fragment had struck anything?
It struck some items in that rear cargo area.
Do you recall what it struck?
I don't.
You made reference to a headband being on the rear view driver's side mirror, correct?
Correct. It was on the driver's door mirror.
And from your expertise, how would you, in your opinion, guess that it got there?
By coming into contact with something or someone that was wearing it?
And do you know that for sure?
No, but based off of my experience of a lot of years of examination of physical items of evidence.
But it'd be fair to say that you don't know exactly.
No, I wasn't at the parade. No.
And you stated that you were present for the towing of the vehicle, correct?
Yes.
Do you recall at any time anyone's attempting to start the vehicle?
No.
And you stated that the bumper was, I guess, moved at some point so it wouldn't drag under the vehicle. I'm guessing that's what you said. If I'm wrong, you can.
No, that's correct. Yeah, we used bungee cords to secure it off the ground so that when we're moving it or putting it on the flatbed to go to the actual enclosed trailer, that it wouldn't be constantly going underneath the vehicle.
When towing the vehicle, what was it placed on?
Because of the amount of traffic or cars that were parked on the road, the towing company couldn't get the enclosed trailer right to the end of the driveway. So the vehicle was put onto a flatbed truck and then driven a few houses down, where then it was transferred to an enclosed trailer and then removed from the scene.
So with the bumper, being that it was first placed on a flatbed truck, as you say, at that time, what the bumper had, what problem would the bumper had caused if it wasn't going to be physically dragged or anything at that point?
I'm not sure I understand your question.
What kind of problem would the bumper pose if the vehicle was on a flatbed truck?
The whole point
Essentially what I'm saying is, to give you more clarity, how could the bumper be dragged at that point?
It was being removed from the surface of the driveway onto the flatbed. So if the bumper weren't secured in an upright position, it would be pulled, and the bumper, as the vehicle is going this way, the bumper would be pulled underneath the vehicle.
So once it was secured on the flatbed truck, would the bumper still pose any problem?
The nature of, science to him.
The vehicle on the flatbed,
even he's like,
the
bro, how
bumper
can you be
was
so
in
dumb?
a secured position.
If it wasn't bungee corded, would it have posed a problem?
That's what it's everything he's saying.
How so if it wasn't moving?
Because they were moving.
The whole purpose was to secure the bumper in place to preserve any physical evidence that might have been on the bumper.
And do you recall who did the actual towing?
The company is Complete Towing and Recovery.
And you stated to wanting to get the vehicle to a environmentally friendly, secure location?
Yeah, a better term would be environmentally controlled.
What do you mean by environmentally controlled?
Where they can control the environment.
Proper lighting,
air conditioning,
outside of the elements, outside of view of the public. So an enclosed building.
Why the reference to outside of the public?
It's easier to do examinations in a controlled environment.
Would it be fair to say at that time, before it was towed, the vehicle had been secured, checked, That was done. That was done out in public. So, what would be the difference at that point?
I'm going to go back to my original statement of what my primary duty is. My primary duty is to preserve the integrity of the evidence. So that night, I was concerned with doing the necessary steps that I deemed relevant to collect, and then get that vehicle to a more suitable environment, just based off of how much more work and analysis and processing that vehicle would entail.
Fundamentally, I follow
Fundamental.
what you're saying fundamentally.
But in reality, though,
The question though is
that I don't really understand. Fundamentally, I get it.
by the time you arrived to the scene
But
where the
logically,
vehicle
I
was
don't.
located, were you aware that the vehicle had essentially been already investigated?
No,
So you had no knowledge that the vehicle had been secured, had been pretty much investigated by that point.
well, I was aware that the vehicle was in a secured state. I don't know what happened prior to that. It was very little information that I received on the initial phone call because of the hectic nature of everything. So I had an address and I knew that the vehicle was being secured by law enforcement.
So law enforcement were present when you arrived to the scene.
Yes.
And at that time you had learned did you learn any knowledge from the law enforcement other than what you were told during
What kind of knowledge did you
the
learn?
phone call?
You better tell me.
No.
Oh, man,
Do you
I
recall who
think
you
y'all
were called by?
crazy.
I was called by Special Agent in Charge Dave Clavundi of the Division of Criminal Investigations.
Go ahead and see if he doesn't know what he's talking about. That was a long. Nicolette
Do you
says, "Don't
recall
argue
what
with the
time you
scientist.
arrived at the scene?
You lose."
I arrived at approximately 8:15 p.m.
So he
Do you
gets.
recall
He's
what
one of
time the
the.
vehicle was found?
I don't recall.
He's a professional, and part of his line is to be the witness in court for these types of cases. So he's this specialist, Chris Johnson. He's he's seasoned at this. This is what he does. But you guys, I'm going to pull up some
Do
clips
you
from
recall
earlier.
anyone telling you or mentioning what time the vehicle had been found?
I don't recall.
Man, some of the people are tired of his nonsense, and the way they're answering questions is phenomenal. Like we've got
So
some
it'd
people
be
that
fair
are
to
pushed back.
say
Some of the
before
best
you
people.
arrived on the
Make a
scene,
compilation. Just
you
great.
have no knowledge of what's been happening around the vehicle.
That's correct.
You say you made reference to a hat being found in the background. Do you remember saying that? Or in the backyard, rather. I'm sorry, not the background, the backyard, I meant to say.
Yes.
And at the time that you observed this hat in the backyard, do you, from your expert opinion, do you recall it having any relevance to the vehicle?
No, it was an item of evidence or a potential item of evidence that just seemed out of place. So in those types of situations, I always collect those types of items.
But you weren't sure at the time if it had any involvement with the actual vehicle.
No.
Was there anything significant that stood out about the hat?
Just the location.
Did you find any blood on the hat? Did you find, or is it just pretty much just a hat in the backyard?
I didn't do a thorough examination of the hat.
So as far as you were concerned, it was basically just taking in the evidence as a precautionary thing, or?
Yeah, it was an item that just seemed out of place. So I collected that hat.
Did you at any time obtain knowledge about the relevancy of that?
No.
All the photographs that you were shown, had you seen those photographs before today?
Yes.
Do you recall if they were taken the same night of your investigation or multiple nights or days, rather?
There were multiple days.
And do you recall why you had to, or do you recall why those photos had to be taken over a multiple day span?
Yes, the vehicle needed a comprehensive evaluation or processing examination of pretty much every single side and surface of that vehicle.
And to do that, photograph wise, would have took days.
Yes.
So when did you start? When did you start actually doing an investigation of the items inside of the vehicle?
That would have been the 22nd, November 22nd.
So the next day.
Correct.
And so did you yourself do analysis of the outside of the vehicle?
Yes.
Same day, 22nd of November?
Yes.
So you kind of started the outside and the inside pretty much roughly at the same time.
Yes.
Do you recall how long your complete investigation took?
Mine along with my colleagues?
Yours.
Mine. The examination itself of just me examining the vehicle?
Just you.
Probably over 40 hours. And that does not include the report that I'm writing. It doesn't include the process of going through the report, everything. But my examination, at least 40.
And so I'm assuming you did the report after you completed the initial investigation part.
Yes, the report's a summary of my processing.
And define summary. What do you mean by summary?
It pulls everything together. It details
What he
my
means by
examinations
summary
and
and
any
what a summary
findings I
actually
have
is
from those examinations.
is not different. A summary is a summary.
I always view summary as
We don't
not
care.
every detail, but pretty much like it's much as would be relevant, but not every single detail. Would that be fair to say?
No,
This report is comprehensive in the terms of it lists every single item that was collected.
So why would you refer to it as a summary?
It's a summary of the examination and processing. That's the best way to describe it.
because it would be
It's
a
not a
40-hour
dictation.
report. He would have to have a
No.
recorder on.
What do you mean by dictation?
There are other
He would have to be
reports
sitting there speaking
that
through.
other agencies may do that are dictated, right? I
Yeah,
did this,
like an
then I
autopsy.
did this, then I did this. This is a summary. This isn't a dictated report.
So what exactly did you summarize in your report?
Read
My
the report.
examination and processing strategies that I used and the items of evidence collected and any relevant findings associated with those examinations.
Did you do any examination of the cell phones?
No, I collected those and transferred those to a detective with the Waukesha Police Department.
Do you recall who that detective was?
David, his last name is spelled, I believe, Foyen, Foyen.
So at the time that you turned the phones over, did you do any more work in regards to the phones?
No.
Do you recall doing any investigation on the airbag control module?
No, I don't do that.
Do you recall obtaining a search warrant to conduct an inspection on the ACM?
I'm
No.
sorry, I didn't understand.
An inspection of what?
The ACM, I guess that would be the air control module. I'm guessing that's what that's
Thank you.
referencing.
No, since I don't do that type of analysis or examination, I didn't obtain any search warrant with that.
Any reason why I would say that in the paperwork?
Objection vague.
Grounds.
Sustained as to the form of the question. As to what paperwork you're referring to.
I'm guessing. I don't know what it will be called, but it says conclusion inspection summary. And the conclusion inspection or conclusion/inspection summary. Do you recall?
Is it from this witness?
Huh?
Is it from this witness?
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead.
I don't think that is from this witness, John. I don't see anything like that in this Exhibit 90. Are you perhaps still looking at Inspector Schultz's report from the State Patrol, the last witness?
What page number do you have? And I'll take a look at it and I'll compare it.
It says page 5.
Yeah, he's looking at the last exhibit from Inspector Schultz, 83.
What? It says Chief Christopher Johnson.
Oh, it does say that in 83. It says, if I can read for completeness, or you can, it says, upon arrival, I met with crime scene chief Christopher Johnson from the Wisconsin State Crime Lab.
No. That's not what I'm reading from.
Okay. Chief Johnson had obtained a search warrant to conduct the mechanical inspection and to image the data retained within the escape's airbag control module ACM.
Yes.
Correct?
Yes.
Okay. So that was written by Inspector Schultz, who just testified, not this witness. To clarify the record here.
Thank you.
I apologize for that. It's all in the same paperwork with Chief Johnson, so maybe that's where the confusion comes in.
The record would reflect this witness. His last name is Johnson, so I think that's
Yeah,
understandable.
I didn't know. I was just reading what I have here.
I don't care what you have there.
Do you recall at any time obtaining any type of search warrants pertaining to the vehicle in this incident?
Yes, I have obtained a copy of the search warrant.
And do you remember what that search warrant was for? What was the intended search?
To search the vehicle and process it for any biological fluids, hairs, fibers, any electronic equipment, any personally identifying information.
Guys, we have so many videos that I'm looking forward to like showing you as we go through all this, like clips from previously in the case and other things that we haven't seen.
Would fall under the lines of the mechanical side of.
Yes.
What do you guys think he's pulling at right now? Is he trying to say that the vehicle was searched illegally? Is that his play at this one right now? Because he's got an angle on everything he does here, but most everything. But I'm wondering if that's his his play on this one. Like, oh man, they didn't get a permission to search my vehicle. But then he wants to be like, but at first he said, that's not my vehicle. I don't have a car. My mama doesn't have a car. Is how he worded it to the FBI. So it's kind of like, okay. So you're trying to say that you're not him, that they didn't have a right to serve a vehicle that's not yours, or search a vehicle that's not yours. But it shouldn't matter if they searched said vehicle if you weren't the one driving said vehicle through the parade. killing all those people and injuring all the other people. So, I mean, it's discombobulated, convoluted, and ridiculous, but it's what it is, you know. This is where we're at. It's all part of the process. We're getting close to where the mayhem might really take the next level. So make sure to set up notifications, you guys. Be a part of the stream. Share it out. The prosecution is getting close to resting their case. They're going to stop with their witnesses
At
and
any
testimony
time
or
during your
evidence, and
inspection,
then he'll
did
step
you
up and it'll be his
observe
case to
anyone
present.
try to start the vehicle?
That's going to be a madhouse.
When I was with investigator Schultz, when he came to my laboratory, he attempted to start it.
Yeah, I don't think he really knows what he's doing, but I think he generally knows what he's trying to accomplish. I don't think he knows how to get to that end because, well, it's an impossible task, you know. So he's got an idea of what he would love to do, but in reality, you got to take steps to get to anything you try to accomplish. But this is not an accomplishable task. It's what they call a BHAG, a big, hairy, audacious goal, right? In the sales world, he's not going to be able to reach that goal. He's hoping to hit somewhere below that. So he's setting his highs. You know, if he were like a motivational speaker for assholes, he would do really well because he would motivate them to continue to be the biggest asshole you can be. But right now, he's like, hey, you got to shoot for the stars, drag your feet in the treetops, right? So that's kind of where he's at. So he's trying to drag his feet in the treetops of stupidity right now. And hopefully something will grab, right? Something will stick and he can hold on to that. Yeah, he's pulling at strings that don't go to anything. You know what I mean? It's not like he's unraveling said sweater of the law. They're not like their case isn't falling apart because of his questions or because of his, you know, ignorance of the law. He's not getting special consideration. The jury isn't like, well, it is kind of rough. He didn't understand that. And there's, you know, due process and, you know, there's the trail of paperwork that has to be done. And there's a certain like code of conduct and decorum you have to have.
And after,
he doesn't get special consideration for that. The judge is being lenient because she has to. She's trying to avoid
initial part of your investigation before the report totaled 40 hours.
Ooh.
And at
Good
that
question.
time,
Norma Smith on Facebook.
after you had completed your report, did you do any more investigating in regards to the vehicle?
After my report was complete?
Yeah, after you had done the 40 hours that you stated with, and then the actual report.
No. Once my report's done, I didn't do any further examination of the vehicle.
And after that was completed, had you received any follow-up from law enforcement after you had completed everything?
No.
Had you yourself followed up with law enforcement about the investigation after you completed your initial part?
No.
You yourself didn't file any claims in this matter, did you?
No.
Do you know of anyone who filed any claims in this matter?
I don't.
And do you recall who you were subpoenaed by to testify?
I was subpoenaed by District Attorney Sue Opper.
Do you recall when that was?
I believe it was sometime, I don't exactly recall when.
And did you follow up on that subpoena?
No.
After you had received it?
No.
Have you at any time seen or read any complaints in regards to this incident?
No.
Do you know who the plaintiff is in this matter?
The state of Wisconsin?
Would you label that as a person, an actual human? Grounds.
Sustained, not relevant.
You ever actually seen the plaintiff in this matter? Grounds.
Sustained.
If you saw the plaintiff, would you be able to identify the plaintiff?
Objection,
Grounds.
irrelevant.
Sustained pursuant to 9611. Sir, please move on to a different line of question.
Just trying to establish who the plaintiff is, Your Honor. Do you see the plaintiff present in court today?
Objection,
Grounds.
irrelevant.
Sustained.
Would you consider yourself to be an injured party in this matter?
No.
No further questions.
Thank you. Any redirect?
Just very briefly. Mr. Johnson, you said when you arrived on Maple Street, there were police officers present,
That's correct.
and you said the vehicle was secure at that point.
Correct.
Objection.
What do you mean?
Leading.
The answer may stand. Next question. Overruled.
What do you mean by that, sir?
The perimeter was secured with crime scene tape, and there were officers that were standing at the location where the vehicle was.
Would it have been possible for a member of the public or any curious person to just walk up and touch the vehicle or do anything to the vehicle?
Objection. Speculative.
Based upon his training and experience, he may answer. Overruled.
They would have been stopped by law enforcement.
Thank you. That's all I have.
All right, thank you, sir. You may step down. While he's stepping down, if my jurors and anyone else in the courtroom want to stand, I do want to get through one more witness tonight.
And then the exhibits that Mr. Johnson has, Your Honor, what would you like done with those?
I'll take them.
All right.
I have 90 and 87.
Yes.
What was 87?
87 is a hat.
I'm not sure if I did move that, but I would move that into evidence, so we will need that item for the next witness. Please.
Okay, I'll put that back.
Thank you.
Objection to that.
Noted.
Before you showed me that, I didn't even see what that was. If you would have
I'll
never
show it to
told,
you again.
I know, but if you never would have told me, I never would have even know what that was. So I didn't see it till you just moved it.
The witness had it up on the stand, but here it is. It's exhibit marked as exhibit 87. Go ahead and say, state has moved it into evidence. I believe there's an objection. It's
Yes,
noted,
there is an objection.
overruled based upon the testimony of the prior witness. It is received. And who do we have coming up to the stand?
Your Honor, the state next calls Trevor Naled, and for the record, he was handed a copy of Exhibit 91 on his way to the witness stand.
All right. Thank you. Sir, could you please stand and raise your right hand? My clerk, Teresa, will swear you in.
Do solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Thank you. Be seated. And just for the record, what is 91? I know you're going to get to it, but
91 is Mr. Naled's report, Your Honor.
all right. Thank you. Then, all right. Good. I guess evening, sir. The first thing I will have you do is to state your first and last names for the record and then spell each, please.
Sure. My name is Trevor Naled, TREVORNALEID.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you, and I'm sorry for mispronouncing your name. Sir, where do you work?
I am employed by the Wisconsin Department of Justice at the State Crime Laboratory in Madison.
And what is your position there?
I'm a senior forensic scientist in the DNA analysis unit.
How long have you worked there?
11 and a half years.
Could you please describe the work you do there?
Sure. I examine evidence for the presence of biological fluids such as blood, semen, and saliva, and then attempt to extract the DNA from those items. From there, I will make comparisons to standards from known individuals in the case.
And what's your educational background, please?
I have a bachelor's degree from the University of Wisconsin-La Crosse in biochemistry and a master's degree from the University of Florida in forensic DNA and serology.
Do you have any training specific for your position at the Wisconsin State Crime Lab?
I do, yes.
Please describe that for the jury.
I underwent approximately a 1-year-long internal training program that included the screening techniques we use, presumptive and confirmatory tests for blood, semen, and saliva. Excuse me. From there, I learned the extraction techniques, quantitation, amplification, and typing methods that our lab uses. From there, I learned data interpretation as well as statistical analysis.
Did you do any casework while you were in training?
Mock cases.
Okay.
I completed two competency tests, 2 mock cases, a mock court, and then after completing those, I completed an extensive written exam as well as statistical tests.
Did you actually work with DNA samples, processing and analyze DNA samples during your training?
I did, yes.
About how many times?
About 175 samples.
Is the Wisconsin State Crime Lab
Quite a few.
accredited?
Yes, it is.
What does that mean?
Our lab's accredited under the ISO 17025-2017. Essentially, it's just a voluntary program that any lab can enter to show that it meets established standards. They control our proficiency testing that's done twice a year.
Do you personally have any certification or accreditation personally?
No, just the lab accreditation.
Just the lab, okay. How many forensic DNA cases have you worked?
Just over 500.
And about how many DNA samples have you processed?
Over
Objection.
2,000.
Overruled, the witness may answer. I'm sorry, will you repeat your answer?
Over 2,000.
Have you previously testified in court before?
Objection, relevancy.
Overruled, the witness may answer. As a reminder, there may be objections. Please wait until I rule on those objections until you answer. Go ahead, you may answer.
Thank you. I'd like to ask you a little bit further about DNA analysis and how that works, okay?
Sure.
What is DNA? We hear a lot about it. What is it?
DNA stands for deoxyribonucleic acid. It's essentially the genetic blueprint that makes us what we are. It codes for us to have 2 legs, etc.
And where's DNA found in the human body?
Objection, leading.
Overruled, foundational, the witness may answer.
DNA is found in the nucleus of a cell.
Your
Is it
nucleus.
the same in every cell throughout the body?
In every cell that has a nucleus, yes, such as white blood cells and skin cells.
And is that important in your analysis?
Objection, leading.
Overruled, foundational, you may
See,
answer.
these are nonsense objections. She's
Wow.
asking a question.
Objection, leading.
Overruled.
Ellen, thanks so much, man. I appreciate
It's
that.
important because we can take samples, evidentiary samples that may be from blood or saliva and compare them with known standards, which are typically buccal
Frank,
swabs,
we're,
which
we're,
are
ha- almost,
swabs
we're more
from
than
inside
halfway
the
through.
cheek, or dried blood standards in the case.
Does
He's not a person. I don't
each
identify as a
individual
person.
have
Good
unique
luck.
DNA?
Everybody except identical twins is unique.
Okay. Are you familiar
Ooh.
with
There's his
something
argument.
known
He's got an
as
identical
STR
twin.
analysis?
Objection, leading.
Boom.
Overruled, foundational, the witness may answer.
Yes, I am.
What is STR analysis, please?
STR stands for short tandem repeat analysis. Over 99% of DNA is the same from person to person. So we're looking at that 1% that varies from individual to individual. Short tandem repeats are very small sequences of DNA that repeat over and over. So at one location, I may have 12 of these repeats where another individual may have 14.
Is that distinction important?
Yes.
Why?
We can type standards from anybody associated with the case and make comparisons from the evidentiary profile to the standards to either include or exclude individuals.
All right. I'd like to direct your attention to Exhibit 91. Do you have that item in front of you, sir?
Yes, I do.
What is 91, please?
91 is my confidential report of laboratory findings dated April 29th, 2022.
And do you know if it relates to events occurring in
Jimmy,
the
yes,
city
they
of
did.
Waukesha on November 21 of 21?
Objection leading.
Overruled foundational, the witness may answer.
Yes, it does.
Okay. Were you given some items to process for DNA analysis?
I was, yes.
Were you given DNA standards to compare any profiles that you may develop from the evidence to known individuals in the case?
Yes, I was.
Do you remember who you got standards from?
I do.
Are you able to name them? Or if you need to refer to your report, you may, but just let us know.
Okay. Can I read off the report?
You may read off your report. What page are you reading from, sir?
I will be reading page 2.
Okay, go ahead.
Objection.
Overruled, the witness may do so.
I received buccal swabs, so cheek swabs from Erica Patterson as well as Darrell Brooks. I received dried blood standards from Wilhelm Hospel, Tamara Durand, Jane Kulich, Leanna Owen, Virginia Sorenson, and Jackson Sparks.
Is there a difference between those two, the method in which they were submitted, the buccal swab versus the dried blood standard?
Objection leading.
Overruled foundational, the witness may answer.
Yes,
Are you able to do the same thing with them?
I am, yes.
And what is that?
Just extracting the DNA off them to essentially put a profile to the individual.
Okay. And how do you use those profiles that you develop from the known standards?
We compare them to the evidentiary profiles that we develop.
All right. Now you processed many items related to this case. Is that correct, sir?
Objection leading.
Overruled foundational.
Look at that
the
look you
witness
just
may
shot him. He's
answer.
like, what?
Yes, I did.
Huh?
I'm going to direct your attention to just a few select items for my purposes, okay? On page 7 of your report, Exhibit 91, you have reported on analysis you were able to perform on some swabs from the steering wheel of the vehicle in question. Is that correct, sir?
That's correct.
And the swabs were obtained by another member of the crime lab, is that right?
Objection speculative.
Overruled, the witness may answer.
That's correct.
How do they get to you?
They were collected by analyst Chris, our chief now, Chris Johnson in Milwaukee, and they were mailed over to the Madison lab.
Okay. Were you able to develop any DNA profiles from the swabs of the steering wheel in this case?
Yes, I was.
What were your findings?
It was a 2-person mixture with at least 1 male.
Can you
Well, here we
explain
go.
to the jury what that means, please?
We can look at a profile, and based on how many peaks there are at different locations, each person will have a maximum of 2. So if you have 3 peaks at a location, you know that you have more than 1 person there. And so in this case, we were able to say that it was a 2-person mixture.
Were you able to identify who those 2 people would be?
Objection speculative.
Overruled, the witness may answer based upon training, experience, and investigation and analysis in this case.
Yes.
How did you do that, sir?
I ran it through this program called StarMix.
Is that a computer program?
Yes, it is.
What is that, please?
Objection leading.
Overruled, the witness may answer.
StarMix is a mixture deconvolution software that we use. Previously, it was pretty difficult to distinguish different contributors and mixtures. And now we have the software that's actually a two-part program.
Thank
to
you,
do
Jamie. I
that.
appreciate that, man.
How does it work?
Thank you very much.
Objection leading.
Overruled. You may answer, sir.
The first part takes inputs by the analyst, such as number of contributors. So we'll look at the profile and determine that. But it also looks at the total amount of DNA amplified and essentially makes its own profile for comparison purposes. It will then compare it to the actual profile and determine if it's a good enough match. It will then generate another completely random profile, and if it's better and a better match, it will accept it. If it's not, it will deny it, and it will keep doing the accept over and over hundreds of thousands of times until it has a profile that is a very, very good match to the theoretical profile.
Safe to say a human being will be very challenged to do the same analysis.
It would take a very long time, yes.
Okay. And the software that you use, the STAR Mix or STR Mix, is that used in other labs around the country, sir?
Objection speculative. I don't know what's used around the country.
Overruled. The witness may answer.
Yes, it is.
Is it a reliable method of performing DNA analysis, in your opinion, sir?
Yes, it is.
Has it been accepted in courts and other cases?
Objection speculative.
Overruled. The witness may answer.
Yes, it has.
More than once?
Objection leading.
Overruled. You may answer.
Yes.
Do you know about how many times STAR Mix has been used in Wisconsin courts?
Objection speculative.
Overruled. The witness may answer.
Since we brought it online in January of 2020, it's been accepted over 100 times in the state of Wisconsin.
Did you have to receive some specific training in how to utilize this software?
Yes, I did.
And did you complete the courses?
Yes, I did.
Did you use STAR Mix to analyze the DNA profile, this two-person mixture from the steering wheel of the Ford Escape?
Objection leading.
Overruled. Foundational. The witness may answer.
Yes, I did.
What conclusion did you draw?
Based on it being a two-person mixture, Erica Patterson and Darrell Brooks are both very strong support for inclusion. They're both greater, or it's at least 1 quadrillion times more likely to observe the DNA profile if it's a mixture resulting from
He just said quadrillion.
them plus an unknown over 2 unknowns.
So the odds of it being Mr. Brooks' DNA versus some other random person in the world
Did you guys hear that?
are very,
I don't know what
very
that is.
rare, correct?
Objection leading, and I don't consent to being called that name.
The
And-
objection is noted. I'll sustain the objection as to the form of the question. Just ask that you rephrase.
Can you explain for us what you mean by very strong support for inclusion?
Yeah, we have a verbal qualifier based off of the validation that the company, the StarMix creators, as well as an internal validation have come up with. And the highest number we'll report is greater than 1 quadrillion. So this is higher than the number than, or we're reporting greater than 1 quadrillion, but the number is actually higher than that.
Okay. I'd like to move on then to the gear shift. Did you receive swabs from the gear shift of the red SUV?
Yes, I did.
Were you able to develop a DNA profile from the swab from the gear shift?
Yes, I was.
What did you find?
That was a 3-person mixture, also with at least 1 male.
I'm sorry, you trailed off at the end. A 3-person mixture, what?
With at least 1 male contributor.
Okay. Were you able to do any further analysis on that DNA profile?
I ran that through StarMix as well.
And what conclusion did you reach?
Objection leading.
Overruled. The witness may answer.
The same as the steering wheel. So Erica Patterson and Darrell Brooks are both very strong support for inclusion.
Meaning that their DNA is on that gear shift.
Objection leading.
Sustained as to the form of the question. Please rephrase.
Please, again, state in layman's terms for the jury what that means, sir?
Both Erica Patterson and Darrell Brooks, there's at least 1 quadrillion times more likely that it's the mixture of, it's at least 1 quadrillion times more likely to observe the DNA profile if it's a mixture from H1, meaning the person of interest, and 2 unknowns versus 3 unknowns.
The person of interest being Darrell Brooks?
Objection. I don't consent to being called that name and just leading the witness.
Overruled.
You're leading them to
Yes,
say
but
things that
overruled.
are bad for my defense of this case.
We run star mix for the profile itself, and then each individual standard is run. So each person will have its own individual stat. So in this case, both Erica and Darrell are greater than
No.
1 times 10 to the 15th, which is our 1 quadrillion.
All right, thank you. Sir, up on the table to your left, there's an item in a bag that's been marked as exhibit number 87. You see that? Yes, could you pull that down and take a look at that for me, please? Do you recognize exhibit number 87?
I do, yes.
And is that an item that you worked on?
Yes, it is.
Were you able to develop a DNA profile from exhibit 87?
Yes, I was.
What did you find?
That was a 2-person mixture with at least 1 male contributor.
Basically, Carrie, yeah.
And were you able to analyze that further using star mix?
I was.
What conclusions did you reach?
Erica Patterson has very strong support for exclusion. Darrell Brooks has strong support for exclusion. Wilhelm Hospel has very strong support for inclusion. He is above that 1 quadrillion threshold that we have.
Okay. And last, I'm not sure, Madam Clerk, if you still have the exhibit handy. If not, we can just talk about it. I'm looking for the sweatshirt that was item number 84, exhibit
It's still
84.
here.
It is? Okay. Judge, would you please hand that to the witness?
Yes, the record here clock I'm handing exhibit number 84 to the witness. Go ahead.
Thank you.
What was the other exhibit number? That.
The hat is 87 and the sweatshirt is 84.
Sir, do you recognize item number 84 or exhibit number 84, I should say?
I do.
Is that an item that you processed?
Yes, it is.
Were you able to develop a DNA profile from exhibit 84?
Yes, I was.
What did you find?
I first looked at this. Typically, we'll swab, if we're trying to find the wearer of an item, areas that skin contacts. So on shirts, a lot of times we'll swab the back of the neck area or the cufflinks. So I swabbed both of those. There was a reddish brown stain on the right sleeve that tested presumptive positive for blood. So I took that, a cutting of that. And then there were 5 hairs. There were more than 5 hairs, but I took 5 hairs that looked like they had roots on them for extraction.
Okay. And were you able to develop any DNA profiles from any of those swabbings or hairs?
Yes, I was.
Which? Let's start with swabs.
Okay. The swabbing of the collar of the sweatshirt was a 3-person mixture with at least 1 male.
How about the cuffs of the sweatshirt?
The cuffs were also a 3-person mixture with 1 male.
And how about the stain on the right cuff?
That was a 2-person mixture with at least 1 male.
Okay. Going back to the collar, the swab of the collar, did you use Star Mix software to rule in or out the possibility of Mr. Brooks being included in that profile?
Objection. I don't consent to being called that name and leading the witness.
Noted, overruled, the witness may answer.
Yes, I did.
What was your finding?
Mr. Brooks has very strong support for inclusion. He's above that 1 quadrillion threshold.
Okay. How about the cuffs on the sweatshirt? What was your finding and ultimate conclusion as to Mr. Brooks' likelihood of DNA in that mix?
Objection, I don't consent to being called that name. Leading the witness.
Noted, overruled, the witness may answer.
That 3-person mixture with at least 1 male, same thing. Darrell Brooks was very strong support for inclusion, greater than 1 quadrillion times.
And the last item you said was a stain on the right cuff of the sweatshirt?
Correct.
Did you reach any ultimate conclusion as it relates to that item?
That was a 2-person mixture with at least 1 male contributor.
What was your conclusion?
Both Erica Patterson and Darrell Brooks are very strong support for inclusion.
You said that substance was a presumptive positive for blood?
Correct.
Objection, leading.
Overruled, the witness may answer.
That's correct.
The judge did ask. He didn't
All
want
right,
to answer.
thank you, sir. I don't have any other questions at this time, but I would move Exhibit 91 into evidence, his report, Your Honor.
The judge had asked what he wants to be called yesterday, and
Exhibit 91 is received.
he didn't want to answer the question. So
Any reason to keep the exhibits the witness?
Can I see that last exhibit? I'm thinking of
91?
the
Or the
87
sweatshirt?
with the sweatshirt.
You want me to hold it up? Or
Yeah. Is that 87?
That is 84.
84?
yeah,
This
and no expectations of any
over
financial
here
or
is 87.
contributions of any kind,
And
but
then
it's
I see
appreciated
at
because I
91,
am
which
viewer
is-
funded,
which is
and
his report.
independent media
I'll keep
is
that in front of him for now. Or
generated
he can
by
keep that in
your
front of him
support.
for now.
So if you're able to
Go
help
ahead
make
when
that
you're ready.
happen, from a penny to a dollar, everything's appreciated. You guys, the stars on Facebook are greatly appreciated.
These
Super chat, all that on
these
YouTube.
DNA
Really
analysis
appreciate
with Star Mix. I'm a little curious to get clarification on what does it mean when you say mixture? What exactly does that mean?
A mixture just means that it is more than 1 person present in the profile.
So by it being more than 1 person present in the profile, would it be fair to say that that would constitute it being more than 1 person?
Yes.
The gear shift had a 3-person mixture. So would that apply to the gear shift the same, that it would likelihood there's 3 different people's DNA on the gear shift?
That's correct.
And for the steering wheel, a 2-person mixture. So that would be 2 people for DNA for the steering wheel?
Correct.
Well, Sandra Jean, you're welcome to go somewhere else, because if you haven't read the title on the show, it's CJTV, and well, guess what? I'm CJ. So you're here to get comments and be involved in the chat. If you don't like it, Sandra, well, you don't have to be here. I hate to lose you, but it's fun being able to tell you that you've got it confused. Go straight to Court TV.
Do you recall when you did
crime.
this DNA
Because
analyzation, rather? I'm sorry.
it's my show.
On any specific item or all of them?
Do you recall when you did all the items, I guess?
So most of the items were collected in November. They were not transferred to the
Right.
medicine lab until the end of January. So I started, I believe January 31st was the first day that I started analysis. And then my report was written April 29th.
So you started the analysis at the end of January,
Correct.
and you did your report in April. Why so long?
Love you guys.
I generated 583 pages, and my report's 15 pages long, so that takes a little bit of time.
So you broke down the 583 pages into 15.
Correct.
To the best of your knowledge, do you know why it took from November to January for you to actually get the items that you were going to analyze for DNA?
Other than me picking up the case then.
Love you
not
guys.
really, no, I don't know.
Do you know where the items were kept prior to you receiving them?
Yes.
Can you state for the jury and for the record?
Our evidence technicians, when they came to the Madison lab, put them into storage where all evidence is stored.
Were the items sealed like they are now?
Yes.
And so I'm assuming you had to unseal them, get them out of the sealing packages to do the analyzation. Would that be fair to say?
That's correct. Yes.
And did you yourself alone do the analyzation, or did you have other people that you worked with?
I did all of the DNA myself.
Did you repackage the items after you were done yourself?
Yes, I did.
And did you return them back to where you had received them from, or did you keep them at your, I think you said the Madison lab?
I'm based out of the Madison lab, yes. Typically, when we're done with evidence, we will return them to our evidence technicians, who will then put them back into storage. When the case is done, the evidence is then returned to the submitting agency.
You're welcome, Sylvia. And I absolutely will, Stephanie.
So the items are still at your lab, is from your knowledge?
Now?
Yeah.
No.
Well, I asked that. Let me give you some clarity. I asked that because you said at the completion of the case, they would be returned to the agency that you received them from. So I was kind of trying to get clarity on that. So do you know if they were returned to the agency you received them from already?
I believe they were.
So it'd be fair to say in this situation, the items weren't continued to be stored at the Madison lab.
That's correct.
A lot of these DNA analysis, I noticed that specifically DNA was analyzed for 8 people. Would that be fair to say?
Sounds right, yes.
And specifically referring to the analysis that had 3-person mixtures and things of that nature. What happens to the 3rd-person mixture that is excluded?
I
Is
don't
it any way?
understand the question.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, I don't understand the question.
Well, I guess I'm referring to when someone is excluded, which I interpret as ruled out, there's still that mystery 3rd mixture. Can that 3rd mixture be identified in some way, or how does that work?
sorry. Yes, we would need a standard submitted from another person who they believe could possibly be the source of that DNA.
So would it be fair to say for the analysis that you did that had 3-person mixtures, there's still a DNA that you found that's unknown?
That's correct.
And can you explain what is CODIS? Is that pronounced right? CODIS or Kodak?
Yes, it is.
Can you explain what CODIS
Sure.
is?
CODIS stands for the Combined DNA Index System, and it is a database of known individuals.
And when you find that a DNA, I'm guessing, I don't know if the right word to use would be sample, or I don't know if that's correct. When you come to the conclusion that a DNA sample is not eligible for entry into CODIS, what exactly does that mean?
There are certain rules that we must abide by for putting profiles into CODIS. Depending on where it's collected from, pretty much determines the eligibility on whether or not we can put it in.
One of your analysis had a 4-person mixture. Were you able to determine out of the 8 DNAs that you ran if any of those DNAs were found on that specific item?
Your Honor, I object that it's vague. I'm not sure which item he's referring to.
I'm referring to it says brim of maroon winter style hat.
What page are you on, please, sir?
6.
All right, so you want directing the witness to page 6?
Yes.
That particular item?
Yes, that's where I'm reading from. Yes.
Okay, thank you.
I feel the same way.
Did you ask the question?
His public
Yeah, I
defenders that he
said,
fired are
this
probably just
one
thinking,
in
Lord,
particular, the one I'm referring to has a 4-person mixture. Did your analysis identify any one of those 4 people out of the 8 DNA samples that you were analyzing?
No, it did not.
man, that's how you get cooties. All this multiple person mixture is crazy, unacceptable. And it usually comes down to semen.
Would it be fair to say for pretty much all the items that you did analysis on, there were at minimum 2 or 3-person mixtures?
No.
And why would you say that?
Typically in our reports, we lump the star mix samples together. If you look before that, it will have items that were single source profiles.
That's why I said the majority, or if not all. I didn't say every single one.
I wouldn't say the majority, no.
Jenny Lynn says she's worried that a hair she tosses out the window might end up in a serial killer's car somehow. I mean, shoot,
Certainly looks that
you
way.
got to think about it. I'm with you, Tanisha. If we never hear fair to say, and the rest of our life, it'll be too soon. Yeah, this guy is.
The
He just wants to be educated. He's asking questions like how things work, but it has nothing
Is
to do
it-
with the relevance of the case or relevancy.
autosomal. How do you say that word? I'm sorry.
Autosomal.
Autosomal
Mm-hmm.
STR-DNA results and conclusions. That starts on page 5. Would that be fair to say?
That's correct, yes.
All done. All done. Sorry, I'm having to get my dog the business
And
over here.
ends on page 13. Would that be fair to say?
That's correct, yes.
Right. Yeah, Jenny. Yeah.
Would it be fair to say that page 13,
Yeah.
12, 11, 10,
You're not wrong, Mary.
9,
He's not going to make it long in prison, that's for sure.
8, 7,
What's going to happen when he gets into the countdown? Is he going to jump up and yell surprise?
and 6. Out of all those pages, only 3 have single source, and all the rest of them have at least 2 or 3 mixtures. Would that be fair to say?
No.
And can you point out where the inaccuracy may be
Sure.
in case I'm not being accurate?
Yeah, on page 6, the first profile that you're looking at, cuttings of the apparent hair from the gas tank strap. That's a single source profile.
That's 1.
The next line, the cutting of the unlit end of the blunt is 1.
2.
Cuttings of the apparent roots from the hairs, which is CC4, CC5, and CC8. So that's 3 items right there.
So you're looking at the actual heading.
That's correct.
And is that it from
On that page, yes.
any other pages?
Directions, forward or backwards?
I don't consent to being called that name. We're going from page 6.
It's cool, Mary. I'm with you.
Are you asking single source profiles?
Yeah, Linda.
Page 7. On
Yes,
page 7,
right.
do you see any single source? Or yes, I guess it would be called single source.
No. From page 6 to 13, as you previously stated, those are my star mix ones. So each one of those is going to be a mixture profile.
So the majority of them have mixture of persons.
From those pages, yes.
Yeah, Stephanie, I can do
There
that for you.
are many single source profiles before the star mix.
Do you recall who you turned your report over to once you finished your report?
For technical review.
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
For technical review.
I'm referring to once you had finished your written report. Do you recall who you turned that over to?
Yes.
You stated for the jury and for the record.
Kelly Gajewski was my tech reviewer.
Good question, Jamie.
Spell that.
What are your
Thanks for the
thoughts on
record.
his angle for
It's
how he thinks he can win the case?
Gajewski.
Thank you.
And do you know what happened to the written report from that point?
After she reviews it, sent it back for edits, and then I fixed those. It was approved by her. Then it goes to a supervisor for an administrative review.
Fix the edits. What do you mean by fix the edits?
If there's any typos or anything like that, it'll come back. Or if I forgot to initial a page or something like that, I'll fix those and then send it back to her for approval.
Working with law enforcement, which you've stated you've done numerous times. And in regards to written reports, to your knowledge, are you aware of officers taking a creative writing course?
Objection relevance.
Sustained. That's the fourth question.
You yourself ever took in a creative writing course?
Not relevant. Next question.
Have you or anyone you know filed a complaint in this matter?
No.
Would you consider yourself an injured party in this matter?
No.
Ever directly talk to the plaintiff in this matter?
Don't know how I would talk to the state of Wisconsin.
Can you repeat that? I'm sorry.
I do not know how I would talk to the state of Wisconsin. It's an entity, not a person.
Not a person, right?
He's been struggling for somebody to say that for him. He's writing, oh man, I got him now because someone else said that the state of Wisconsin is not a person. Case. He look at him. He's writing the letter to his mom right now. Mom, you won't believe it. The most amazing thing happened in court today.
No further questions.
Thank you. Any redirect?
Legit.
Yes. Sir, on page 6 of your report, you were identifying for the defendant the some of the single source profiles that you developed. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And one of the items you described as items CC4A, CC5A, and CC8A. Do you see that?
Objection leading.
Overruled. The witness may answer. Go ahead.
Yes, I do.
What do those items represent?
Objection leading.
Overruled. The witness may answer.
Those are cuttings of the apparent root ends of the hairs that I took off the sweatshirt.
Got to ask you about the hairs.
Objection leading.
Did you? I'm sorry, that was a statement. I'll move on, Your Honor.
Thank you.
You told Mr. Brooks on cross that you developed a single source profile for those hairs. Is that right?
Objection. I don't consent to being called their name, and it's leading the witness.
The objections are noted. Overruled. The witness may answer.
That's correct.
Who was the source of those hairs on that sweatshirt? States exhibit number 84.
Objection. Speculative.
Overruled. Go ahead and answer.
Darrell Brooks is the source.
Thank you. Nothing else.
And thank you, sir. You may step down. As much as I would love to have another witness, we're going to break for the night because it is 5:49. So with that, I will give the instruction that I've been giving every night to the jurors. So please listen. Do not begin your deliberations and discussion of the case until all the evidence is presented and I have instructed you on the law. Do not discuss this case among yourselves or with anyone else until your final deliberations in the jury room. This order is not limited to face-to-face conversations. It also extends to all forms of electronic communications. Do not use any electronic
He really
devices
thinks
such
that
as
he's
a
got it
mobile
cooked
phone
now
or
because
computer,
someone
text or instant
said
messaging or
that the
social
state of
networking sites
Wisconsin
to
is an
send or
entity,
receive any
not a
information
person.
about this case or your experience as a juror. If you come in contact with the parties,
Wow.
lawyers, interpreters, or witnesses, do not speak with them. For their part, the parties, lawyers, interpreters, and witnesses will not contact or speak with the jurors. Do not listen to any conversation about this case. Do not research any information that you personally think might be helpful to you in understanding the issues presented.
There's his
Do not
Bible.
investigate this case on your own or visit the scene, either in person or by any electronic means. Do not read any newspaper reports or listen to any news reports on radio, television, over the internet, or any other electronic application or tool about this trial. Do not consult dictionaries, computers, electronic applications, social media, the internet, or other reference materials for additional information. Do not seek information regarding the public records of any party or witness in this case. Any information you obtain outside the courtroom could be misleading, inaccurate, or incomplete. Relying on this information is unfair because the parties would not have the opportunity to refute, explain, or correct it. Do not communicate with anyone about this trial or your experience as a juror while you are serving on this jury. Do not use a computer,
Mike.
cell phone, or other electronic device, including personal wearable electronics, applications, or tools with communication capabilities to share any information about this case. For example, do not communicate by telephone, blog post, email, text message, instant message, social media post, or in any other way on or off the computer. Do not permit anyone to communicate with you about this matter, either in person, electronically, or by any other means.
Thank you, Mike.
If anyone does so despite your telling them not to, you should report that to me. I appreciate that it is tempting when you go home in the evening to discuss this case with another member of your household, but you may not do so. This case must be decided by you, the jurors, based on the evidence presented in the courtroom. People not serving on this jury
Stay
have
tuned
not
for
heard
live
the evidence,
feeds
and it
from
is
right here in
improper for them to influence
Wisconsin.
your deliberations and decision in this case. After the trial is completed, you are free to discuss this case and communicate with anyone in any manner.
We'll be looking at some different
These
stuff.
rules are intended to
festivals,
assure that jurors remain
events
impartial
that aren't
throughout the
this.
trial. If any juror has reason to
and
believe
that
that another
right there,
juror has
this guy.
violated these rules, you should report that to me. If jurors do not comply with these rules, it could result in a new trial involving additional time and significant expense to the parties and the taxpayers. You are
Which
to
is already
decide
has
the case
been
solely on the evidence
a rough
offered
one, man.
and received at trial. With that, you are excused for the evening. I'll briefly discuss scheduling with the parties and then let
Yeah, we're just grateful to have you guys here.
know when to report tomorrow. Thank you.
Stars are appreciated on
All rise for
Facebook.
the
You
jurors,
guys, super
please.
prayers, super stickers, all the super chats, all that on YouTube. Really appreciate it over there as well. Another big day in court, right? And this one had just clips upon clips upon clips of just Darrell Brooks, which we'll go over tomorrow. When we get a chance to, when we get a little bit of time between. During breaks and things of that nature. They viewed the vehicle today. They went out and checked out the vehicle, which was this one right here.
Scheduling tomorrow, since we had a late evening. How about we start at 9 a.m. tomorrow? Any objection from the state?
No.
From Mr. Brooks? No. All right, 9 a.m. tomorrow. For scheduling
You should be calling
purposes, I'll
witnesses
take
tomorrow.
up, obviously, tomorrow morning, whether the state can recall Detective Casey. That would be your last witness.
Yes.
All right, then, sir, you have the option, should you choose, of an opening statement.
Set up notifications,
So you
guys.
should be prepared
Tomorrow,
for that.
Darrell Brooks is going to present his case.
And then to call
And-
witnesses, I believe you've worked with Attorney Opper, or do you need to provide her with anything regarding that
I'll be doing an
tomorrow?
announcement about that tonight as well, just to let you know what's going on. But this is what we were talking about earlier about the scheduling, about how he has to
All right.
present
Anything
witness
else
list and
from
the
the state?
time in which they need to be, what order they need to be in, brought in.
Any-
I don't have anything at this time, Your Honor. If you excuse us, then I'll make sure I get that paperwork from Mr. Brooks.
Yeah, guys, this is
We'll be ready to go.
9
All
a.m.
right, anything else from you, sir?
That's
Yeah, we're starting at 8.
Central Standard Time.
Or are we starting at 9 as well?
We're starting at 9.
That'll be
Okay.
7.
Then Ms. Basie corrected me because we have to discuss Attorney Casey's testimony, but we also anticipate we'll have a motion
Lucky
in
folks
the
on the
morning,
East
or I
Coast.
can tell you what it is right now, but I know the
Well, we
hour's
can
getting
then, I
late.
mean, if you think it's gonna take some time, then I'll have the jurors come at 9, but I want to be mindful. I know, Mr. Brooks, we all had a long day. I'll do 8:45, and I'm not gonna do any earlier than that.
I
And
think
what will
that's
the
fair,
motion
Your
be?
Honor. It's a motion to conform the information to fit the evidence.
Oh, all right, I'll take
What
that
is
up.
that?
We'll have it in writing for Mr. Brooks in the morning, Your Honor.
Okay, that'll be great. All right. Anything else from you, sir?
No, I redid the, it's not the exact order that I'm gonna call the witnesses, but it's pretty much
Who you want, like each time block, morning or afternoon?
exactly.
You'll be ready to
It's
go
just not
tomorrow?
an exact order, like I'm gonna call this person.
I'm not
this
gonna hold you to
person.
that, as long
Yeah.
as it's by time blocks, if you wanna call it that, but be ready to
Well,
call
I'll get
witnesses.
it, just so I can state for the record, so it'll be easy to follow.
I have a
I
video
did
of
the
the
names by
video
threes.
right here
I'm guessing the first 3 would be the morning,
that
the
I'll
next 3
post
would be the evening, and then
on
Friday,
the
3 morning, and then 3 evening. Is that fair?
I think so.
Yes, we may be able to move faster, but we will attempt to stay in contact with witnesses if we can, bring somebody here sooner, if the court's got time, we'll do that, but that's very reasonable.
And then do you have any idea how long you anticipate your opening will be?
Opening statement,
Yes.
I don't think it's any way to gauge how long it will be.
45
Just be mindful,
minutes to
sir,
3
it's
hours.
not the time to make argument, opening statements, as I like to call them, and what the jury instruction references, it's the roadmap. So I will expect to hear a lot of the evidence will show, the testimony, things of that
It'll be
nature.
interesting,
If it
guys.
turns into argument,
gonna be
that's what
interesting.
happens at the close of the case.
What do you mean by argument?
If you're trying to argue the evidence and what it means,
No, I'm not trying to
but
argue.
Please
this will
become a
be what,
supporter, you guys.
basically to lay out
we're on
what
the platform.
the defense, what I would expect is for you to lay out what the defense or defenses that you believe you'll be presenting evidence about will be, to kind of, again, give the jury a roadmap, an idea of what to expect as your witnesses come forward. And then at some point, I don't know whether you will make a decision to testify or not, but we do have to have a conversation on the record about that. So if you could just give me an idea, if you are going to testify yourself, if you think that would be at the beginning or at the end, so I can gauge when to have that conversation with you.
I don't know for sure yet at this point.
Fair enough. So at some point, I'll have that conversation with you, though. All right, we'll see everyone at 8:45 tomorrow. Thank you, everyone. They're in recess.
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry.
Does have any questions? Can you?
Well, there you have it. Another day in the books. Darrell Brooks trial, day 10 of actual court proceedings. Tomorrow will be an interesting day, you guys. He's going to be opening his case. He's going to be giving his opening statements. He's going to be calling his witnesses. He's going to be presenting his evidence, whatever evidentiary findings they have. His professionals, his experts. But who knows? He has 12 witnesses and Juan makes 13. He won't testify. So yeah, we're curious. People have been asking, if he's going to call himself as a witness and then do his cross-examination, which I think would be hilarious. Just even the thought of it is great. But the yeah, it'll be interesting. The while we're talking about it, someone just said that the video of the car was unreal. And yeah, Let me I can pull that up for you guys real quick here, just to wrap things down. And this was the this was the vehicle. This is when they took the jury to see the vehicle, and then it was, this is the one this is what it looked like on the scene, right? Before they towed it and brought it in. So, I mean, it looks bad, and you need to remember that the vehicle you're seeing right now this is done by bodies. He didn't hit a tree. He didn't, there wasn't, the barricades were already laid down that he ran through. They're thin wood barricades. That was from bodies slamming off of the hood of that car and destroying that bumper. It looks like he hit the side of a house. That's from people hitting that car, which is horrific. So this is what the vehicle looks like now at the crime scene investigation location where they've brought the car to be viewed. Mind you, the jury couldn't be there for this, so this was let me see, I had that real fast. Boom. So they had to make sure that there's no jury in sight, offer reflections and things of that nature. So this is what they had to do to get it streamlined here. There's a bullet hole right there. You see that? The back, the passenger window was shot out, and you'll see the bullet hole in the windshield here as they come around to the front. But then really take a minute and soak in, look at that. That's from people. People caused that much damage to this vehicle. And note the sides of the car aren't bashed up from trying to swerve around people. That's from people. I believe if you look at the front right, that opening right there below the headlight, that looks like hair that's attached to the front of the car that's hanging down there. They found on that side view mirror, or the other side view mirrors, where they found the bandana from one of the dancers that he ran through. On the back end, there's no damage to the back of the car from reversing away. It was all on the front end from from driving through people. So that's here we are. That's it. That's where we at over here. Sorry, I got sound in my ear here. There we go. All right, cool. Well, guys, I'm going to wrap it up for tonight. I'll try to post some of these videos to my YouTube and or to Facebook. Come over and check it out. CJTV Media LLC on YouTube, Facebook, Twitch, and Periscope, Twitter, Rock, Fin, you name it. That's where we're at. Share the stream, post it, share it out tomorrow. It's going to be interesting. It's going to be really interesting. We're going to see where the angles that he's been taking this whole time are going to take, and it's going to come out in that opening statement. What he's going to start however he wants to word it, but it's going to be, what I plan on proving, and then he's going to go on. And so we're going to get a chance to hear what he plans on proving. And then we're going to, it's like that big reveal, at the end of it all, when it all makes sense. Oh, okay, there's the M. Night Shyamalan, the big twist, right? That's almost what we're in store for, where he's going to come down with this, this is what my plan is. And he's been being called cloak and dagger about it, but come tomorrow, that's all going to change. So, yeah, it is crazy, Ezekiel. But here we go. Tomorrow, we've been in the saddle for 10 days now, guys. We've been in the saddle here for about 8, but we'll see what happens moving forward. There's some things to definitely sit tight for, set up notifications and make sure you're here for them. We'll be here bright and early tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. East or Central Standard Time. That's 7 a.m. for you folks on the West Coast. I know it sucks. And then 10 a.m. for you lucky East Coasters. You guys, I appreciate everything you do. I appreciate you being here. lot of love, and thanks for being a part of this. This madness that we call the CJ TV. See you guys soon.